Right. And we need somebody to marshal right here. Scott's just sitting there looking pretty, so somebody needs to marshal right there. So 2 marshals to the track. Thank you, Johnny. Over here on the wall ride. Oh, 4's empty too. Yeah, 4. One more. Oh, let's get you over here, Raylan. We'll put you on the wall ride. And then Devin, move to that side and just corner over there. I'll leave 5 open. Yeah. So you're the wall ride only right there, okay? All right, so we got some marshals. We're going to get going here. It's going to go quick. I got a lot of drivers, so be ready. It's Nathan on the sound of the tone. The rest of you guys, we're going racing quickly. Here we go. Nathan. William. Brett. Olivia. Landon. Dougal, Scott. Nate. Michael. Daniel. All right, Heat 2 of a novice underway. 10 cars in this one. This is like a warm-up to your main event. That's how busy it's going to be in your main. So get used to this type of traffic because this is what you'll be dealing with. And just be clean, you guys. If somebody might have to give a little to gain a little, right? So if there's 3 cars going into a corner, somebody's going to have to give up a little bit so that you're not all 3 crashed. Marshall, over here. Go get there, Devin. That's you, Devin. So Dougal out front, 125 in on this one. Olivia in the 2. You guys are chasing a 17.514 set by Nathan. Right now, TQ pace being laid down by Dougal McKenzie. All I can say is if Landon's corner marshal in my spot, or my race in that spot, I'm happy. You're doing a great job, bud. Two minutes in, Dougal, Nathan, Brett, Olivia, and Landon, top 5.
2 minutes left.
Lots of time, drivers, lots of time. Right there, that's you, Steve, thank you. 250. Dougal now 19.516. So right here in front, thank you. Dougal now going by with a 16.3. You guys are putting laps down that would be solid in any 21.5 class. So we'll be chatting about that next move up soon with those kind of laps. Looking good. So Dougal and Brett both laying it down on 19 and 18 lap paces. 18.514 to an 18.504 with a 3.3 separation between your 1 and your 2. 2 minutes to go. Nathan sitting there pretty good in the 3 with 12 seconds off the back of these guys on a 17.504. So Nathan's putting in a better run than his round 1 already. William, Landon, Nate in the 7, Michael 8, 9 for Scott. This is your A sort of your novice class right here on the stand. So Dougal just going by. He's the blue car here coming up onto the wall. Brett McCarty just going by here now down the straightaway. Left. Same color car. Almost. Nathan in the 3, sitting on a 17.503. Nate's better in his first run. Olivia in the 4, William 5. Big movers here definitely are Dougal and Brett, with Nathan falling back 2 spots for the overall. Watch the square, clear. Oh. Watch the rhythm. Watch the rhythm. Clear. Check up when I call it out. 10 seconds to go. Then we're into our 21.5. 2-wheel modified. You guys will be marshaling. 2-wheel modified marshaling. Keep going until you hear your names.
Landon Weems done. Olivia Guerrero done. William Trice done. Nathan Werns done. Scott Walker done.
Waiting on Dougal, waiting on Brett.
Done.
There's Dougal.
Nathan Brockway done. Brett McCarty done.
Brett, waiting on Michael. Okay.
Michael McMorrin done.
All stop.
All
That's a race. That's a race. Dougal taking that one. 19.513 to Brett's 19.523. Olivia looking at a great run for Olivia in the 3. She came up through at the end there and got the 3 at a 17.511. Great run. Nathan 17.514. William in the 5. Landon 6, 7 for Nate, 8 Scott, and 9 Michael, and then 10 Daniel.
Up next, race number 3. 21.52 WD Buggy by Brenda Wilson at Health Markets. Heat 1 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. Maya done. Scott Grout. Dalen
2-wheel
Brown.
modified. Make your way to the track. 2-wheel modified. You guys are marshaling.
1 minute to the start of the race. Henry Locke.
Okay, looking for my marshals on 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 5, 4, and 3. 2-wheel drive modified, heat number 2. That's race number 15.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Next we have Aaron Brooks, Brad Bernil, Derek Farmer, Wes Briscoe, Sean Maybell, Joe Kinsella, Corky Scales. Any other 2-wheel drive modified guys that want to help me out? Perfect. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Thank you guys for getting out there. See a couple of volunteer modified guys. Appreciate your guys' help.
Less than 5. Maya Dunn. Samantha Sawyer.
And we have checks on all drivers. Marshall did 2. Marshall did 2. Thanks, Jay. All right, loop is live, less than 5. Henry, lock your pace setter. Oh, no. Going down right after the loop. Race 3 of 15 on the track right now. Rio Hot Lap Hero so far for race or heat 1, 14.7 or lap 1, I mean.
Four minutes left.
1 down and 4 to go. Rio out front in that number 1 spot. Is it just my head ringing, or is there genuinely something like squealing like at mock Jesus right now? There's something actually squealing? Okay. Pretty nasty tinnitus. Can't always tell if it's just me. 2 down and 3 to go. Rio out front, 19 flat. Anya on a
3 minutes
5:14.
left.
Doing a little bit better than round number 1. Two and a half down, 2.5 to go. Rio, Anya, Samantha, your top 3. Samantha and Henry, your best battle on the track. That's 3 and 4. Those two separated by 1 second. So Rio and Anya, the only 2 drivers going A-main fast right now. Just over halfway, 2:15 to go. Caution hip. And she's going to try that again. Probably
2 minutes
faster than
left.
doing a Marshall there. Nice job. Minute 45 left in this one. Rio on a 20-lap pace, looking to go 3 overall here. 20 and a 5:07. Is that what it is? It's driving me crazy. So Rio and Anya running 1-2. Those 2 drivers are separated by a lap on the clock, though. Even though they're together on the track, 1 minute to go. Oh, it's Scott Grout breaking late in
1
this
minute
one.
left.
Caution in the center, clear. "35 seconds to go." Rio, Anya, Samantha, your top 3. Henry, Maya, and Dalen rounding out your field. 20 seconds. That
Henry
is time
Locke
on the
done.
clock, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Rio Malver done.
Rio with a great run there. Looking at TQ pace, a 20 to 502.
Maya done. Anya Dyke done. Dalen Brown done. Samantha Sawyer done.
That is a race. I'll
All
stop,
drivers are
all
finished.
done. I'll stop, all
The
done.
race
Rio
is
Mulver
completed.
reset in TQ, 20 laps on a 502. Anya good enough for 7 overall here, 19 and 11. Followed by Samantha with a good run, 18 5 14. Henry, Dalen, and Maya. Drivers from that race, park your cars, get right back
Up
out there to
next,
Marshall.
Race number 4. 21.52 WD Buggy by Brenda Wilson at Health Markets.
Aaron,
Heat 2 of 2.
I'm just glad that it's not a bearing in the generator going, because that was terrifyingly squealy. Okay, yeah, I can deal with that. Yeah, it was nuts. Like I've got like nasty tinnitus. So I'm thinking like, am I just like,
1 minute to the
am
start
I
of the
wigging
race.
out? Like what's going on?
Mark Rodriguez.
Oh yeah, me too. And it was like locked in. All right, marshals to position, please.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Nice job, Rio.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, marshals to position. Marshals to position. I had 7 drivers in that one. I have 0 drivers back to back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am missing drivers here. I need Marshall to 6, Marshall to 2, Marshall 6, Marshall
15
2,
seconds to the start of the race.
and 3, Marshall 2 and 3, 6, 2 and 3, 6, 2 and 3. Looking for my marshals from that last one. Do not make me
Less than
delete
5.
your run. Yeah, Scott to 5. And I need somebody to jump in on 6, somebody jump in on 3. Oh, yeah, Samantha should. Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, I need 2 volunteers to help me out with this one. 6 and 3 volunteers, please. 6 and 3 on volunteers. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Maya. Yeah, Samantha definitely has a valid reason not to be marshaling. Still need 6 and 3 before we can turn cars loose. 6 and 3. All right, one more marshal to 3 and we can get going. One more marshal to 3. Thank you, sir. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Chris Painter. Ryder Dodge. Brendan Bullock. Gavin O'Reilly. Edio. Stephen Day. Andrew Chong.
Caution hip. And going live with Chris Painter. Going live with Mark Rodriguez.
Four minutes left.
2 down and 3 to go. Eddie Goodridge posting a
3
20 and a
minutes left.
5:07 right now. In that number 1 position, that would be good enough for 4 overall. Actually falling back on his. No, now he's there. 20 in a 5:06 with a 9 in that number 1 spot. Good enough for 4 overall. Andrew Chong, Gavin O'Reilly having a great battle for 2 and 3. So Gavin O'Reilly. Oh, Gavin getting tagged by Ryder there. Not intentional, just different speeds going across that jump. That square kind of hard to navigate. So Gavin O'Reilly in that red and blue has picked up quite a bit of speed from last season. Making some good gains here in that 21.5 class. Dad coached him, working on the cars with him. 3 down and 2 to go.
2 minutes left.
Eddie, Andrew, Gavin, your top 3. Chris, Mark, Brendan, Steven, and Ryder. So Stephen Day is your bubble boy right now. 19 and a 5:21 from round number 1 is what he's holding on to. Four down and 1 to go, drivers. Eddie Goodrich posting his personal best right there. 14.382, moving all the
1
way up
minute
to the
left.
number 2 spot in the overall. 20 laps in a 5:04. If you guys are still hungry, LA Smash Burgers got a few things on the menu. They got their double cheeseburger. They've got cheeseburgers. They got Oklahoma burgers, and they've got their fire burger, their fuego burger. Go see LA Smash Burgers if you are still looking for some food. 5 minutes into this one, we've got everybody here. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Brendan Bullock done. Gavin O'Reilly done. Mark Rodriguez done. Chris Painter done. Eddie O done. Stephen Day done. Andrew Chong done. Ryder Dodge done.
That is
All
the race.
drivers are
I'll stop
finished.
all done. Eddie
The race is completed.
Goodridge moves up to 3 on the grid overall with a 20 and a 5:05. Andrew Chong finishes up in that 2 spot, followed by Gavin, Chris, Brendan, Mark, Steven, and Ryder. That is a race. I'll stop all done. First heat
next,
of 40
race
plus
number
coming up
5.
now.
Masters 2 WD Open Buggy by Toyota Lift NW Heat 1 of 2.
So again, I had plenty of drivers in this one. I should not need any
1 minute
volunteers.
to the start of the race. Joseph Hudson. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Scott Davis. Sam Olmsted. Ricky Bobby. Dan Cuglietta.
Okay,
Rob
I don't
Dodge.
know who that is.
Sean O'Reilly. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Okay. Gotcha.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Drivers, track is hot. Track is yours.
Less than 5.
Why do my marshals keep running away? Marshal to 4. Marshal to 4.
Polly.
Oh, hold on. All right, I'll
Scott
stop.
Davis.
Let's go ahead and I need
BJ
Polly to
Fossey.
check. Polly, I need you to check. Polly Fitchett to check, please.
Polly.
All right, drivers, let's get them going. Track is hot. Track is yours.
Dan Cuglietta.
Going live
Joseph
next time.
Hudson.
Bye.
Rob Dodge.
Going live with
Sam
what looks
Olmsted.
like Scott Davis. Caution at the front skips. Clear. Coming up to 1 minute into this one already. Joe Hudson out front on a 22-12. That'd be good enough for a 5 overall.
4 minutes left.
Good battle here on the track. It's Sam, Polly, and BJ running a nice little freight train. Sean O'Reilly joining that party with Ricky as well. Oh, caution getting up to the square. Clear. Caution at the square. Caution in the roller coaster. Caution in the roller coaster. And clear. Working up to 2 down and 3 to go. Joe Hudson, Rob Dodge, Ricky Bozer, Sean O'Reilly is your lead group. Dan, Scott, Sam, BJ, and Polly rounding
minutes
out your
left.
field. 2 down, 3 to go, drivers. And Brett Wilson to the booth, please. Brett Wilson to the booth. So Joe Hudson on a 22-5-12 with an 8. That'd be good enough for a 6 overall. Just sliding actually a whole group of us there. 12, 5, 12, 6, 5, 12, 8, 5, 12, 9. That's 5, 6, and 7 right now in the overall. Rob Dodge, Ricky Bozer, Sean O'Reilly still having a great battle there for the 2 spot just over halfway. So Hudson there, a 22-5-12 with a 1, trying to go just a little bit faster. Caution at the roller coaster, front of the roller coaster, and clear. Everybody deciding to wreck in the roller coaster this time. 3 down and 2 to go.
2 minutes left.
1 minute 25. Battle now out front. Joe Hudson, Ricky Bozer, separation 0.8 of a second. Those two drivers getting after it here. Hudson working the wall ride. In through the infield, he goes up to the square, up through the roller coaster section. 1 minute remaining.
1 minute left.
Hudson coming across to 14.3 that time by on a 21.01, 21.02 for Ricky. 1 second is the separation. Caution at the front skip. Caution front skip. Clear.
What's your name for the big mammoth thing here?
Inside of 30 seconds to go, Rob Dodge now sliding up to the number 2 spot. And we're checking for our leader as he works his way into the center double. Over the square. Caution at the square. Caution at the square. Caution at the square. Clear. As time expires on the master clock, drivers keep it going until she calls you done.
Joseph Hudson done. Ricky Bobby done.
Caution front
Dodge
skip.
done.
Caution front
Dan
skip.
Caglietta
Clear.
done. Sean O'Reilly done. Sam Olmsted done.
One more to
Pauly
finish.
done.
Looking for BJ Fauci
Scott
to
Davis
finish.
done.
And that is a race. All
BJ
stop, all
Fossey
done. Joe
All
Hudson,
drivers are
Rob Dodge,
finished.
Ricky Bozer, your top
The
three,
race is
followed by
completed.
Sean, Sam, Dan, BJ, Scott, and Pauly.
Up next, race number 6. Masters 2 WD Open Buggy by Toyota Lift NW Heat 2 of 2. Sean Mabel. Jorge Scales. 1 minute to the start of the race. Joe Kinsella. Derek Farmer. Dan Bell.
All right, just check them in, then we'll get you warming
Brad
up.
Bornhill.
Don't get warming
Kyle
up yet.
Johnson.
Just check them in, and then we'll get marshals in place.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Brandon Dyke. "30 seconds to the start
We
of the
got
race.
marshals. Warm them up. Good job, everybody.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, marshals, we're going to get going here, so be ready, be ready. We're going live loop here as soon as we get these guys warmed up. 15 seconds, live loop. Marshal on the square. All right, marshals ready, drivers ready. We are going racing. Sound of the tone. Joe Kinsella, first one on the clock here. A Sort Masters two-wheel drive buggy on the stand. Seniors, start making your way. Start making your way to the stand. Be careful on your way up the hill. Stop and rest if needed. We'll have fun with that, just nonstop. It's just what we're gonna do. They knew it signing up. Totally. Oh, watch fronts here. Oh, you got a lucky roll. Thanks for waiting there, Kyle. That was great. 4 minutes,
4 minutes
to
left.
go. Brad Burnell on the top here, 23.505. Derek Farmer, 1.4 off the back of Burnell. Farmer now coming on to crossing the loop now down the straightaway. He's your green, orange, and yellow wheels. So Burnell playing with this new X-Ray ride here today. So we'll catch Burnell looking for his typical paint scheme. Here we go. Burnell now on to crossing the line down the straightaway. Yellow, red, spackle. We'll call it a spackle paint job. It's probably got a better term, but we'll start with that one. Oh, easy as you enter back into the race line there. We have the leader coming across. Thank you, Joe. 3 minutes to go. It's Burnell on a 23.505 on a TQ pace to a 22.5 flat Farmer run. Farmer 2, Brandon Dyke 3, Sean Maybell in the 4,
3
Corgi
minutes
in the
left.
5, Dan Bell 6, 7 to Kyle, 8 to Kyle, Joe Kinsella. So Dan Bell going across there in the 6. Brandon Dyke moving to the 2, moving Farmer down to the 3. So Brandon Dyke on a run here, moving himself up to, looks like, second overall with this run with still a long time to go. Burnell, 23.507. Don't be the one to get in his way. He's on a good run. Onto the first double. Into the square he goes. Through the roller coaster. Burnell down. He's not pushing hard. He's just running clean, tight lines. Watch that smooth driving there. Looking good, Burnell. 23.507 still
left.
this time by 23.507 with a 13.4 to back up a 13.4. Pretty good. 13.1 being his fast lap. Brandon Dyke sitting there just 2.7 off of Burnell, but here comes Farmer, 1/100th off the back of Dyke. So Farmer trying to make his way back to the 2 spot with a minute 30 to go. There goes Farmer across the line, down the straightaway, onto the wall ride. He's your green and your orange. Middle of the track now, onto the square he goes, through the roller coaster. Derek Farmer, last time he went by, he was a 13.5. Farmer now crosses with a 13.6. So he's going to need to go to work to catch up to the lap times of Burnell, popping off 13.4s. Looking solid, 23.5. Burnell now, he's now back to the loop here, crossing onto the straightaway. So your leader coming up on the back of some of you guys onto the wall
1 minute
ride.
left.
Yellow wheels and his spackle paint job, yellow and red through the roller coaster. Burnell looking solid now. Work with him, thank you. He tried to get out of your way. It didn't work out as good as he had planned. Burnell now still sitting at 23.509. Farmer on a 23.512 to Brandon Dyke's 22.503. Corgi Scales now looking good here on a 22.513. So Corgi sitting third overall now. So moving down 1 spot due to Burnell's solid run here. Burnell 23.509. Still looking solid with that TQ pace. 15 seconds on their master clock. We'll go through the order. Brad, Derek, Brandon, Corgi, Sean, Dan, Joe, and Kyle.
Sean Mabel done. Dan Bell done. Derek Farmer done.
Farmer
Joe
getting
Kinsella
around Dyke for the 2 on that last lap. Upside down. Just as Coog takes off to help somebody else,
Brad
Dyke
Borneo
needed
done.
help and he wasn't there. What
Brandon
kind of
Dyke done.
friendship do they have going?
Kyle Johnson done. Corgay scales down.
That's a race. That's a race. I'll
drivers are
stop.
finished.
Brad Burnell,
The
nice
race is
run.
completed.
23.509, resetting that TQ. Derek Farmer on a 22.501 to Dykes 22.507. Corgi in the 4. 5 to Bell. 6 to Sean. 7 Joe. 8 to Kyle.
Up next, race number 7.
Senior buggy.
55
Be
plus.
careful heading up the stairs.
Heat 1 of 1. Mike Hood. 1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. Peter Nielsen.
Check. All right, what's my marshal situation looking like here? We'll get Joe in position there, and I need somebody in the front here. Somebody on 6 in the front.
15
Somebody
seconds to
on.
the start
I
of the
see
race.
we got Corgi on 1. Thank you, Anya. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
John Dunn. Less than 5. Scott Dyke.
What's after this? Wait, after this. Senior.
Just a second, Raylan.
Doug Martin.
Wait.
All right, shut him down. I've got a couple that I need to get confused here. I've got like 11 drivers listed on 2 of these transponders. Scott Davis only. And
Scott Davis.
all right, one more, Nathan.
Nathan Brockway.
All right, we are all good. Drivers, get them rolling. We'll get going as soon as we get everybody in line here. And we'll be going with Mike Hood. If maybe not, we'll be going with Nathan or Peter, whoever decides that they want to actually run clean through here. Loop is live. What's up?
What's after this?
4-wheel drive modified.
When is the like I did qualifying but I forgot what one I was in.
You were novice.
Novice. When is novice?
Novice isn't for a while. Yeah, you got time. Plenty of time. All right, Mike Hood moving on up here to the number 1 position on a 21 and a 512. Couple more of our elder statesmen joining here.
Four minutes left.
Hey, 2 mod guys, I'm putting you guys on notice. As of right now, I've got the fastest lap time of the day with a 12.8. You guys have some work to do because I'm old and washed up. Now is your challenge. Aaron Brooks, I'm calling you out. You're faster than me. Prove it. 1 minute 30 into this one. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Doug Martin taking the top spot here, visiting us from Canada. 20 laps and a 5:02. Scott Davis, Mike Hood, John Dunn, Scott Dyke rounding out your top 5 with Peter and Nathan as well.
Three minutes left.
Two and a half into this one, 2.5 to go. Battle is out front. Doug Martin, Scott Davis, 20:06, 20:07. Those two drivers separated by 8/100ths of a second. John Dunn, Mike Hood, Scott Dyke, all wrapped up in a battle. That's 3, 4, and 5, separated by less than 2. Doug Martin in the yellow, orange, and purple up and down that wall ride. It's all about the consistency here.
left.
You don't necessarily have to send a rocket lap, but if you can do a bunch of mediocre or better laps, you're going to be doing pretty darn good. So leader is working through the square into the front roller coaster section there. It's Doug, Scott Davis, Mike Hood, John Dunn, Scott Dyke. You're 3, 4, and 5 now, still separated by 1.5 seconds. That's Mike, John, and Scott. Scott Dyke, that is. Doug and Scott Davis separated by 1 and 2, or excuse me, 1.2. Those are your drivers running 1 and 2.
One minute left.
All right, this just in. Smash Burgers out of here at 4 o'clock, so get them now. Get them now.
40 seconds left in this one. Doug Martin, Scott Davis, Scott Dyke, your top 3. Mike, Peter, and Nathan. So Doug Martin coming up to the line here. 20 and a 5 flat, looking for 21 laps here in our Elder Statesman class. Brett, we need to get like a cane or something carved up for these guys for the series trophies.
Yep, Walker and a cane for sure.
All right, less than 5 drivers, less than 5.
Doug Martin done. Nathan Brock
Keep
done.
them going until she calls you done, drivers.
Peter Nielsen done. Scott Dyke done.
Looking for Scott Davis, Mike Hood to finish. And that's a race.
Mike
Doug
Hood done.
Martin, Scott
All
Davis,
drivers have
Scott
finished.
Dyke, your top
The race is
3.
completed.
Mike Hood, Peter Nielsen, and Nathan Brockway. Drivers from that race, park your cars, get right back out there to Marshall. Gonna need a couple of volunteers for this one. Race 8,
Up
4-wheel
next,
drive mod. You
race
guys
number
are up.
8. 4WD Mod Buggy by Sunpedo USA. Heat 1 of 1. One minute to the start of the race.
Just for the record, we have identical hot laps, 12.850.
45 seconds to the start of the race. 30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Check, 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 check. All right, let's go
Aaron
ahead and get
Brooks.
these guys checked in. Go
Bradley
ahead and
Sproul.
turn them loose. Track is
Raymond
hot.
Shell.
Track is yours. I
Kyle
need
Johnson.
a Marshall in the back corner
Magic
to
Man.
3.
Sean O'Reilly.
Marshall to 3. Marshall to 3. Marshall to 3. Again, I need a Marshall to 3 before we can race. Thank you, William. Guys, we see the same couple of guys are volunteering all the time. If I'm calling for marshals, please find it in you to get out here and help keep the program moving. All right, drivers, we're going to be going live with who we got? We'll pick on Kyle Johnson this time. Loop is live. "30 seconds into this one, 4 minutes 30 to go. Bradley Sproul, Raymond Shell, Aaron Brooks, pick your order. Kyle Johnson, Brett Wilson in that group as well. Top 5 drivers separated by
4
only
minutes
5.
left.
Top whole field separated by just 9. Bradley and Aaron separated by 1.5 out front. It's going to be Bradley Sproul working his way over the hip jump. So track crew, after this race, there's a piece of tape that needs to be replaced on the square. It's kind of flopping in the wind here, going to get curled up by a car. Minute 30 into this one, 3:30 to go. Bradley and Aaron, separation 0.3 of a second. Hot lap on track belongs to Bradley Sproul, 12.519.
"3 minutes left.
Aaron Brooks back to the point here, 12.402, new hot lap. Bradley Sproul, 0.2 back in 2. Raymond Shell, 6.5 back in 3, followed by Brett, Kyle, and Sean. Bradley and Aaron close to swapping positions again. 0.6 of a second now, the separation. Bradley into the roller coaster. He's got a team associated B 74.2, looking pretty darn good as he works his way down the back straightaway. Oh no, and leader upside down, Aaron upside down as well.
2 minutes left.
So somewhat equal mistakes by your top 2 getting over that wall ride. Aaron Brooks coming across, holding on to that one spot. 1.3 seconds. Now the separation, 1:45 to go. top two still separated by just 0.7 seconds. Bradley coming across here, make it 0.4. So a couple of 13-second laps back-to-back for Aaron. Follows it up with a 12.7 gap. It's now 0.8 of a second.
One minute left.
.45 seconds now to go. Aaron and Bradley still within 1 second of each other deep into this run. Aaron, Bradley, Brett, Kyle, Sean, your running order here inside of 10 seconds to go.
Bradley Sproul done. Kyle Johnson done.
Aaron trying to finish strong here.
Magic
Second to
Man
last
done.
lap, gets a
Sean O'Reilly
12.4, puts it on a 24-lap pace late in this one. Coming across
Aaron
the line
Brooks
with
done.
the win and
All
your
drivers are
TQ.
finished.
Aaron Brooks,
The race is completed.
Bradley Sproul in 2, 23 flat, 22.02 for Brett Wilson, followed by Kyle and Sean. That is the race. All stop, all done. I need a couple of volunteers to stick around, please. We've got race number 9, 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy coming in next.
Up next, race number 9. 4WD 13.5 buggy by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. Heat 1 of 2. Peter Nielsen. One minute to the start of the race. .45 seconds to the start of the race. Samantha Sawyer. .30 seconds to the start of the race. Chris Painter. .15 seconds to the start of the race. Eli McCartney. Less than 5.
All right, Marshall's 2 position, please.
You improved, didn't you? Yeah, it looked like you did. So you added 20. What was your
John Dunn.
difference? Okay.
Do I have anybody in front of the driver's stand? I need a marshal in front of the driver's stand. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Thank you, Scott.
Edio. Rob Dodge. Ryder Dodge. Scott Dyke. Scott Grout.
Caution at the square. Caution square. Caution square. Caution square. Caution square. Clear. Caution square. Caution square. And we have checks on everybody. And we'll be going live with, looks like Peter Nielsen, less than 5. Loop is live. Peter Nielsen, your first car on the clock. Red, yellow, green, blue fade. Caution roller coaster. Kind of fixed itself. 30 seconds into this one. Rob Dodge, John Dunn, pick your order here. Your top 8 separated by just 2 seconds. It's John, Rob, Eli, Chris, Eddie, Scott Grout, Scott Dyke, Samantha Sawyer, all separated now by just 3.3 seconds, a minute into this one. Caution straightaway, clear. Caution straightaway, clear.
Four minutes left.
John Dunn out here playing Tony Hawk with that 50-50 grind. Minute 30 into this one, 3:30 left to go. Rob Dodge, John Dunn, Eli McCartney, Eddie Goodridge. John Dunn trying to sneak into the A main here on a 21 and a 5:10. Pretty much everybody going a little faster than round number 1. A little bit less crowded track. Everybody a little bit closer as far as speed. We've only got a 4-lap disparity from the top to the bottom as opposed to the 6 laps we had in round 1. Caution, hip jump. Caution, hip jump.
3 minutes left.
Eli, Eddie, John Dunn, your top 3. Rob Dodge, Scott Dyke rounding out your top 5. Followed by Chris Painter, Ryder Dodge, Scott Grout, Samantha, and Peter. Coming up to halfway, 2:20 into this one, 2:40 left to go. Hot lap on track belongs to Rob Dodge. He's got a 13.7, a 13.9 out of Eli. Everybody else in the 14s and 15s. Oh, that was super smooth. Coming up to 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in this one.
2 minutes left.
So Rob Dodge posted another hot lap here, 13.719. Now Eli McCartney, the only car going fast enough to slide up into that top group. 13.702 that time by on a 21.510. Oh, caution in the S. Caution in the S. That closing rate will get you. Caution straightaway, caution straightaway, caution straightaway, caution straightaway, caution straightaway, caution straightaway, caution straightaway. Clear. 3 separate incidents going on right there, all in the same region. 1 minute left to go, drivers.
1 minute left.
Good job not blasting each other too terrible there. Caution in the S's. Work together, the whole group in the center. Work together, guys. Rob Dodge is position 2. There we go. Nice job, Scott. Easy does it. Easy does it. There you go. You guys are working together surprisingly well this race. Nice job. 20 seconds to go. Whole freight train down the back. You guys, close quarters. $15 seconds left to go. Caution hip. And that is time, drivers. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Chris Painter done. Peter Nielsen done. Ryder Dodge done. Scott Grout done. Rob Dodge done. Samantha Sawyer done. Eddie O done. Scott Dyke done. Eli McCartney done.
One more to finish.
John Dunn done.
That's a race.
All
I'll
drivers have
stop all
finished.
done. I'll stop all
The race is
done.
completed.
Eli McCartney, 21.510, posts an 8 overall. One more heat remaining. Rob Dodge, 2. Followed by Eddie, Chris, Scott Grout, John Dunn, Scott Dyke, Ryder Dodge, Samantha Sawyer, Peter Nielsen. That whole group in the center separated by just 10 seconds on the race. Well done, guys. Lots and lots and lots of close quarters racing.
Up next, race number 10. 4WD 13.5 buggy by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. Heat 2 of 2.
Hey, Brandon, check your batteries in your headset. We're not on wireless.
Peter Robinson. Joseph Hudson. Tyler Jones. Corey McCartney. Jay Riggs. Ricky Bobby. Scott Jackson.
Check.
1 minute to the start of the race. Garrett Riechel. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Check. All right, that's a little bit better.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Marshall situation looks good. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Anthony Sawyer.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. Looking for a check on Dan Bell. Last call, Dan Bell. Last call, Dan Bell. Copy that. Loop is live. Peter Robinson. Oh, right as I say his name, that announcer's curse. So Anthony Sawyer going to take his turn at the top of this one. Garrett Rectal, Corey McCartney, 2-3. And Corey getting collected as well.
4 minutes left.
So Tyler Jones now up to 3. Anthony, Garrett, Tyler, your top 3. Peter in that number 4 spot, followed by Ricky, Anthony, Corey, Joseph, Scott, and Jay. Dan's car unfortunately not cooperating. Race 11, Stadium Truck is up next. 3.5 minutes left of this one, though. So Garrett Rectal on a 23.07. That would be good enough for 2 overall. We're looking at a 23.03 set by Peter Robinson in round number 1. So Peter recovering nicely. 22.02 so far. That one lap was an outlier for sure. Now back on to a 23-lap pace for your number 2 car. Garrett Rectal is the leader right now. 23.07, still a 23.13, making a 22.12 now for Tyler Jones. Peter Robinson now 23.11. So top 3 cars going 23.
3 minutes left.
So Corey holding on to a 22 flat from round number 1. Great battles in your top 5. 2:15 down, 2:45 to go. Garrett and Peter doing battle 1 and 2. Tyler, Anthony, Ricky, Corey doing battle all the way to 6. Joseph Hudson not far back from that battle in 7, followed by Scott and Jay. So Garrett Rectal is your leader. That's the white and pink with a little bit of blue in the middle, working his way down the straightaway. Nice job working with the leader there, Corey. Garrett and Peter's separation is 1.2, 23:03, 23:06.
2 minutes left.
Trying to close in on that TQ pace. It's sitting at a 23:03 with a 0 for Peter from round number 1. 23:03 with a 4 is the current pace for Garrett. Right there, coming across the line here, 23:03 with a 2, inching a little bit closer every single lap. 1 minute 30 to go. So Garrett about to catch up to some traffic. We'll be working on Joe and Tyler next. Do not be the reason. He's on a 23:03 with a 2. Thank you guys for working with your leader. So Garrett getting the favorable traffic coming across the line here on a 23:03 with a 3. Peter Robinson 23:03 with a 6. These two drivers separation 26 thousandths of a second. It does not get any closer than that. And new leader Peter Robinson 23:03.3. Garrett 037, making an 029 now for Peter Robinson, resetting that TQ here late in this run. 35 seconds left to go. That X-Ray XP4 2024 edition working his way across the line here on a 5:02 with an 8. Peter to the square, nice and easy, tiptoe into the tulips, up and over the hip jump he goes, working through the skip, coming around to the right side, working his way across the loop, 23:502 with a 4. That is about 1 second better than that TQ, making it 0.6 of a second here. 10 seconds left to go. Garrett Rectal still holding steady in that number 2 position. Oh, nice, good run over the square for Garrett. Nice and easy down the hip jump, working his way across the line. Coming across here, 23:504. So pace falling off just a little bit. We're on a 5:02.5 for Peter. Opportunity here to capitalize and reset that TQ. Leader through the center double, working his way. Oh, a little bit of a shimmy over the square. Nice and easy over the hip jump.
All drivers are finished.
He's going to step it up. That is his exit lap there. A little bit late on the computer to catch up there. 23:502 with a 5. Your new TQ, Peter Robinson. Garrett Rectal 23:04, 22:04 for Tyler Jones, followed by Corey, Ricky, Joseph, Scott, Anthony, Jay, and Dan. That is a race all stop all done. Race number 11. You guys are up. That is two-wheel drive stadium truck.
Up next, race number 11. 2WD 13.5 stadium truck by the Deitch family. Heat 1 of 1. Scott Jackson. Jason Inbaum. 1 minute to the start of the race. Levi Lalone. BJ Fossey. Andrew Chong. Samantha Sawyer. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, Marshall to 8. Please,
Zach
Marshall
Lalone.
to 8. Marshall to 4. Copy that. Marshall to 4. Marshall to 4.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Track is hot. Track is yours, driver.
Pablo Guerrero. Jackson Dunn. Jay Riggs. 15 seconds to the start of the race. James Brown. Less than 5.
We got checks on all drivers. Got one stuck up against the pipe there. Get him going. And going live with Jackson Dunn, less than 5. Jackson opening up with a 15-3. It's 45 seconds quickly into this one. Jackson, Levi, Jason, Jay, Andrew, your top 5. Everybody in this field separated by 9 seconds or less.
4 minutes left.
Oh, Jackson with that nice cheater line going over the square. Well done. Going to be a good lap on this one. So Jackson a 15 flat, 20 and a 507 with a 6. Ingbaum a 20 and a 507.7. I'm going to jump down there and take over for Scott Davis so he can go take care of his grandkid. Thanks. $3:15 to go. You good? Okay. Gotcha. 2 down, 3 to
3
go.
minutes
2 down
left.
and 3 to go. Jackson, Jay, BJ, Levi, Scott, Jackson. That's through 6, and that is your battle for 2. It's Jason Ingbaum out front, 19 flat, and Jason having a pretty darn good run for the day so far. Was having a good run. We'll forget about that lap, Jason. That announcer's curse is real. Jason started racing with us over the winter in the novice class, working his way up now into that stadium truck, and that truck is shutting off. So 240 down and 220 left to go. Jason, unfortunately, not going to capitalize on that good running position. Everybody going to be in the main, though. So Jackson done with the
2 minutes left.
Aaron Brooks paint. That is an ex-Aaron Brooks truck. Jay Riggs in the X-ray in the number 2 spot. Scott Jackson, traditional blue and green. And 3, Levi, Zach, BJ, James, Andrew, Samantha, Pablo, rounding out your field. 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. So Jay Riggs holding station in that number 2 spot. If you look at Jay's buggy and you look at Jay's truck, you'll see that they're very, very similar, but they do not have the same colors. If you're going to run multiple body colors, that's the way to do it. Oh, no, and Jay Riggs, that announcer's curse, getting absolutely obliterated in
1 minute
traffic
left.
there. He didn't do anything wrong. All he did was exist. So, yeah, Jay's truck. Silver in the front, the teal on the buggy. Both of them look fantastic. I don't know who does his paint, but they do a darn good job. 45 seconds left to go in this one. Scott Jackson working up to 2 now. Jackson done, though. 7 seconds the lead with that Aaron Brooks truck down that back straightaway. Good sportsmanship. Seen a couple of drivers knock somebody loose on accident. Stopping, giving a position back. That's what we're talking about with track etiquette. I mean, we're all amateurs. If we were actually good at this, we would be getting paid, right? So we all do our best, and sometimes we overdrive, make a mistake. But today, you guys have been doing a really good job with the etiquette portion. Less than 5. Keep it going until she calls you done.
Scott Jackson done. J Riggs done. Jackson done. Andrew Chong done. Pablo Guerrero done. Levi Lalone done. BJ Fossey done. Samantha Sawyer done.
That is
Zach
a
Malone
race.
done.
All stop, all
James Brown
done.
done.
Jackson done.
All drivers are finished.
Finishes up in
The
that
race
one
is
spot.
completed.
Scott Jackson holds on to the TQ with his round 1 run. That is a race. Jackson done. Scott Jackson, Jay Riggs, your top 3, followed by BJ, Levi, Zach, Andrew, James, Pablo, and Samantha.
Up next, race number 12. 17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. Heat 1 of 2.
Is it?
Jason Inbaum.
All right, let's get my marshals from Stadium Truck back out.
Eli
We'll
McCartney.
get going with Heat 1 of
Mark
17.5
Rodriguez.
Buggy.
1 minute to the start of the race. Mike Hood. Chris Painter. James Brown. Levi Lalone. Doug Martin. 45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Rob Dodge. Scott Grout. Less than 5.
And we got checks on all drivers. We're going to be going live with Chris Painter. No, we're not, because the gap closed up super bad. And Loop is live. Loop is live. Thank you for putting that gap back in, Chris. Chris Painter, first car to turn a lap, goes 14.9. Everybody made it on the clock without issue. Got one stuck in the middle. Nobody doing anything wrong, just everybody otherwise busy. Is there anything to go with burger?
Chips, but I don't know if you want any.
Yeah, I'll want a little bit. Thank you. Yeah. All right, 1 minute down, 4 minutes
4
to go.
minutes
Rob
left.
Dodge, Chris Painter. Make it Chris Painter, Rob Dodge. Oh, and Chris having a difficult. Oh, that's not Chris. There's 2 identical cars out there. That's Jason. It's good, huh? So Chris and Jason running twin cars out here, trying to figure out which one of them is which. Rob Dodge going to take his turn at the point. 17 flat that last time by. Rough laps for several cars in this one. Eli and Doug Doing battle for 2 and 3. Mike
3
Hood, Mark
minutes left.
Rodriguez rounding out your top 5. It's Rob Dodge, though, 20 to 504, setting the pace, trying to sneak into that A group. Doug, Eli, and Mike, your battle for 2, 3, and 4. Chris Painter in that number 5 spot now. James, Mark, Levi, Scott, and Jason rounding out your field. 3 down and 2 to go. Rob Dodge on
2
a
minutes
long lap
left.
there, 18.1 on a 20 and a 505. That would still be good enough for 8th position overall. We got one more heat of 17.5 to go. Your leader working to the hip jump, that green and yellow coming across the line. That's Rob Dodge, 15 flat that time by 20 to 503. Up to 7 overall here. So Doug Martin also having a good run. 20 to 509 would be good enough for 9 overall here. Minute 10 remaining in this one.
One minute left.
With 45 seconds left to go, battle is 1 and 2. Rob Dodge, Doug Martin separated by 2.3 seconds. They're making a Ricky Bozer sandwich here for the bubble. As Ricky still to race in the next one and slides out of it. So Doug Martin, good enough for 8 overall right now. 25 seconds to go. We're putting a little bit of pressure on Ricky, Jackson, Scott, and Dan.
Chris Painter done. Mark Rodriguez done. Scott Grout done. Doug Martin done. Rob Dodge done.
Keep them going until she calls
James
you done,
Brown done.
guys. Keep them
Jason
going.
Inbound done. Mike Hood done. Eli McCartney done.
And one more to finish, looking for Levi Lalone. Nice
Levi Lalone
job,
done.
drivers. Doug
drivers
Martin,
are
a
finished.
surge at the end, going to take the
race
win
is
here.
completed.
Very, very close. Doug Martin, 20 in a 501.783. Rob Dodge, 20 in a 501.784. 1/1000th of a second separating your top 2 here. Those drivers finish off 7 and 8 right now with one more heat to go. Mike Hood 3, followed by Eli, Chris, Levi, Mark, Scott, James, and Jason. Drivers, park your cars, get
next,
right back out there to
race
Marshall.
number
We're looking
13.
for race 13.
17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. Heat 2 of 2. Sam Olmsted. Dan Bell. Peter Robinson. Corey McCartney. Ricky Bobby. Garrett Riegel. Edio. Scott Jackson. Dan Cuglietta. 1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Jackson done. Less than 5.
We have checks on all drivers. And Loop is going to be live with, it looks like, Scott Jackson. Loop is live, drivers. Loop is live. Green and blue working to the wall ride is the first car on the clock. Everybody catching the clock, no problem.
Four minutes left.
Everyone getting their first few laps in. Garrett Reckdahl taking his turn at the lead, 22 to 5:08. Corey McCartney at 5:09, 21:01 for Ricky. Dan Bell in 3 now. Ricky slides to 4. White, blue, pink, working through the center. Double over the square he goes. That's your pace setter, 22.506. Looking to try and track down the TQ set by Peter Robinson in Q1. That was a 22.02. 2 down and 3 to go. So Peter with a couple of rough laps, going to do a little bit of digging. He's got that TQ from round 1. Worst he'll start is maybe 3. So Garrett is your leader. 22.07 flat, 22.10 for Dan Bell. So Dan Bell having a great run here in Q2. It's making up for not having a car that would work for him in 13.5. Dan working to the center, double, working over the square, nice and easy. In through the roll. Oh, no. In through the roller coaster and flips over and gets caught on the front of the hip jump. Doug Martin, your glasses fell out of your shirt. Anya's going to grab them and pull them off track.
2 minutes left.
It's 3 down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. Corey McCartney, Peter Robinson, Dan Bell is your battle. It's going to be 2, 3, and 4. Corey running the white car with the pink decals in the front. X-ray ride, fresh for this season. And Peter Robinson recovering nicely, 22.511, just 1 second off of the top spot here. The top 3 actually doing a good battle. 22.510 with a 4, 5:10 with a 5, 5:13 with a 3 for McCartney in the 3rd position. 1:15 left in this one. Hot lap on track does belong to Peter Robinson, 13.107. Dan Bell, Ricky Bozer doing battle 4 and 5. Jackson done by himself in 6. Dan Cuglietta,
1
Scott
minute
Jackson
left.
battling 7, 8. Eddie Goodrich, Sam Olmstead battling 9 and 10. Working to 45 seconds left to go in this one. "30 seconds left. Battle 2, 3, 4. Oh, Garrett had a hard lap. Going to fall down all the way to the 4 spot. Peter Robinson returns to the 1. It's Corey, Dan, and Garrett now doing battle for 2. So Garrett looking at holding on to his Q1 time, which would at this point still be good enough for 2 overall. Less than 5 drivers. Actually, your top 4 all falling back on Q1. That's Peter, Garrett, Corey, and Dan.
Scott Jackson done. Dan Cuglietta done. Eddie O done. Sam Olmsted done. Ricky Bobby done. Dan Bell done. Jackson done.
Everybody's still live.
Garrett Reekville done. Corey McCartney done. Peter Robinson done. All drivers are finished. The race is completed.
And just a second. Peter, when you come down, come talk to me, please.
Up next, race number 14. 2WD modified buggy by Wild Events. Heat 1 of 2. Bradley Sproul. 1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, sorry about that delay. Peter Robinson decided to prove yet again that my minimum lap times are too conservative. 12.962 final lap. Still not good enough to reset the TQ, but a heck of a run. All right, race number 14 coming up here. This is the first half of two-wheel drive modified. Marshals look to be in position. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Kyle Johnson. Bradley Sproul. Levi Lalone. Gavin Dyke. Tyler Jones. One minute to the start of the race. Magic Man. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Polly. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
We have checks on everybody. We go in live
15
with,
seconds
looks like,
to the start of the race.
Tyler Jones in less than 5. "45 seconds quickly down. Tyler. Sorry, calling a race, looking at Peter's trying to see Tyler. Tyler Jones, 23:04.
4 minutes left.
That would be a TQ run at this moment. Bradley, Gavin, and Brett having a great battle. That's 2, 3, and 4, followed by Kyle and Levi. Paulie, unfortunately, out early. Caution in the roller coaster. Caution in the front skip. So Tyler Jones laying it down here, 23:03, hot lap of a 12.859. Caution, straightaway go inside
3 minutes
and
left.
clear. So Tyler, Bradley, Brett, Gavin, Kyle, Levi is your running order. Bradley and Brett having a good battle there for 2 and 3. Caution at the loop. Caution at the loop. Clear. .245 into this one. Tyler Jones, 22:01. Looking good for 2 overall here. Bradley, Brett, Gavin, Kyle, Levi, still your running order. Everyone kind of running their own race, separated by a few seconds apiece.
2 minutes left.
Caution, front skip. Clear. One minute 25 left in this one. Tyler and Bradley, you're 1-2. Brett in 3. Kyle 4. Gavin making some changes that round that did not appear to agree with the car. One minute remaining. Tyler on a 22:02, looking good for a 2 overall. Bradley looking for a 5 overall
1
with
minute
one more
left.
heat remaining. Track temperature, air temperature doing a little bit of weird stuff. Got really warm early, got cool. Now it's kind of in that weird transition period where it almost looks like the cars just look like there's a little bit of a glaze on the track where the rubber that's built in from this morning, it's not quite warm enough to help. 30 seconds left in this one. Caution wall ride, clear. Caution hip jump. Yep, right there. If you run into a car and get hung up, just stop. And as time expires on the master clock, keep it going until she calls you done. Bradley Sproul, 22:03, still on his final lap. Going to
Magic
try
Man
and
done.
get that
Tyler Jones
TQ
done.
or get at least the win
Levi
in this
Lalone
heat.
done.
There it is right
Bradley
there,
Sproul done.
22:02. Kyle Johnson, the last car to finish, working his way over the square. Over the hip jump he goes, working his way to the loop. That is the race. All
Kyle
stop, all
Johnson done.
done. Bradley,
All drivers
Tyler,
are
Brett,
finished.
Kyle, and Levi.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 15. 2WD Modified Buggy by Wild Events. Heat 2 of 2. One minute to the start of the race. Corgay Scales. Sean Mabel. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Joe Kinsella. Derek Farmer. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Aaron Brooks. Less than 5.
Really squirrely. All right, marshals are in position. Driver's track is hot, track is yours. Thank you guys for getting out
Wes
there quickly.
Briscoe.
Appreciate it.
Brad Borneal.
Caution in the roller coaster. We're going to be going live with Aaron Brooks, less than 5. Top 3 drivers opening up on 23-lap pace. And it's going to be Wes Briscoe out front, 23:12, 22:02 now for Farmer. Maybell on an 02 as well. Brad Borneal. Everybody changing it up as Aaron had one bad lap, but that's not going to stop him from climbing
4
back up
minutes
the order.
left.
1 down and 4 to go. 22 flat for Farmer out front. That green machine with the orange flames. You guys know that paint job. Caution straight away. Thank you. Working on 2 down and 3 to go. Derek, Brad, and Sean locked in a battle. 1.5 seconds. Those
3
cars
minutes
are
left.
separated by. Got some good parity here. Derek Farmer with the Associated. Brad Bernil with the X-Ray. Brad going to take over that top spot here. Halfway home, 23:09 is the current pace. We're looking for a 23:055. That was what was set by Aaron Brooks in round number 1. Looking safe so far. So hot lap on track does belong to Brad Bernil now. It's a 12.898.
Two minutes left.
Derek and Brad separated by 0.7 of a second. Maybell, Scales, Briscoe, Brooks, and Kinsella. All of you guys are in contention for 3. You guys are only separated by 4.5 seconds all the way down that board. Whole field still on the same lap here. 12 seconds the separation. 1 minute 30 to go. Derek Farmer, your leader, in through the roller coaster. Nice and easy. Maybe a little over jump. Smooth inputs. Steady throttle, steady steering. Derek Farmer out here just, dare I say it, farming some consistency points. Down that back straightaway. Making it happen. 13.5 that last time by. Whole chunk of low 13s out front
1
for
minute
your
left.
leader. Hot lap of a 13 flat. Brad Bernil, a little bit more spice with a 12.8 hot lap from that number 2 spot. So Aaron dipping his toes in the 12 seconds as well. 12.967. 40 seconds left in this one. Derek, Brad, Sean, your top 3. Aaron, Corgi, Wes, and Joe rounding out your field. Awesome. Thank you. Less than 10 drivers. Keep it going, keep it going, keep
Aaron
it
Brooks
going.
done.
Derek picking up the pace late in this one.
Sean Mabel
Showing
done.
good pace.
Derek Farmer done.
It's not going to be enough to get the TQ, but it's going to be good enough to win the heat.
Joe Kinsella done.
23.506 with an 8
Brad
for your
Borneo done.
leader. Brad at 23.508 with
Corgi
a
Scales
7. 22 laps for the rest of the field. West still to finish. And I guess that's a race.
The race is completed.
Copy that. Thank you, sir. All right, guys. Give me a few minutes to get this situated. Once I get heats posted, I will make an announcement. That will be the 10-minute call. Again, give me a few minutes to get everything posted, and I will make the 10-minute call for mains.
Rio Malver. 33.5. $26.2.
Check, check. All right, attention in the
Up
pits.
next, race
Attention
number
in
1.
the pits.
4WD
Your race number 1 is going to be
Linwood Auto and
13.5
Truck
four-wheel
Service.
drive buggy C main. We're going to be
13.9.
going at 4:15. That's 7 minutes from now.
17.5.
Race 1, four-wheel drive 13.5 buggy C main
Brett
at
McCarty.
4:15. Race 2 will be two-wheel drive buggy 17.5 C main. You'll be immediately following, followed by our novice B main. Give me just a couple of minutes to get the order finalized, but we're
14.6.
going at 4:15. Race 1, four-wheel drive 13.5 buggy C main event.
16.3.
That will be John Dunn, Ryder Dodge, Peter Nielsen, Samantha Sawyer, and Doug Martin. Well, Doug's car is broken, so John, Ryder, Peter, and Samantha.
15.8. 16 flat. 14.4. 15.2. 14.3. 15.7. 15.5. 21.5. 14.3. 12.9. 21.3. 23.6. 15 flat. 14.8. 15.7. 14.1. 15.8. 14.4. 21.4. 15.9.
And the challenge was, Matt, one of our two-wheel drive modified drivers did go faster than me. Congratulations, Derek Farmer. 12.792 out of Derek is the hot lap of the day for two-wheel drive. So if you guys are looking for a challenge, the bar has been set. Let's go ahead and shut down the track. It's 4:12 right now. Let's go ahead. We got 3 minutes for race number 1. So let's go ahead and start getting race number 1 to the track. Two-wheel drive modified A main is my Marshalls.
1
Two-wheel drive
minute to the
modified
start of
A
the
main
race.
is my Marshalls. Two-wheel drive A main, two-wheel drive modified A main. You guys should be out here marshaling. Again, two-wheel drive modified A main out to Marshall. This is race number 1 coming to the track. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy C main presented by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. Again, two-wheel drive modified A main out here to Marshall.
John Dunn.
All right, Gavin, car looking a little bit better. Go ahead and pull it. Again, it is race 1 right now. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy C main. You guys are up. If you guys want to race, you guys better get going. Yeah, Aaron moved it. I think we need to move it back. Yeah. Well, the reason why that was put there was because they moved the cone that was here over to there. So it kind of just needs to be like right there,
Peter
but they
Nielsen.
own part of that. So, yeah. All right, if you guys want to race, you guys should probably get checked in. Driver's ready track is hot. Excuse me,
Samantha
Marshall's
Sawyer.
ready track is hot.
Ryder Dodge.
We have checks on everybody. Go ahead and shut them down on the straightaway. John Dunn will start out in the number 1 position. Ryder Dodge in 2, Peter Nielsen 3, Samantha Sawyer 4. All right, drivers ready, marshals ready. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy C main, top 2 moving up to the B. On the tone in less than 5. That wasn't ideal, but the instigating car fell to the back in both of those instances. So drivers all day long, the standard is going to be single file up the wall ride. And do not stop unless I say something to the effect of all stop, all done, or false start, which we are racing right now. So we'll not have any confusion. So in the last race, there was one race where a couple of guys got hung up and decided that they were going to stop because they felt like I was restarting the race. We are
4
not going to
minutes
have that
left.
confusion today. So John Dunn is out front by a lot. Peter Nielsen, Samantha Sawyer is the battle for the bump. 8.7 seconds back from the lead. Ryder in that group as well. So top spot pretty well secure as John's coming up to lap everybody here shortly. But your 2, 3, and 4 all together coming across the line. Peter and Samantha now separating themselves from Ryder just a little bit, working over to the line. Their gap is 0.5 of a second.
3 minutes left.
Oh, and Samantha making a mistake getting through the roller coaster section. Got a little bit of digging to do. Peter down the back straightaway, now solely in possession of 2. Jackson, do not cross the track. Jackson, do not cross the track. $2:30 down, $2:30 to go. Peter and Samantha. The battle for the month. Peter through the center double. Samantha right there as well. Both of them a little bit wonky on the square. So John Dunn out front with no pressure, catching up to the back of the field, working his way over that hip jump.
2 minutes left.
Samantha with a little bit of a mistake. Oh, and Peter returns the favor. Samantha going to take over that number 2 spot. And then Samantha making another mistake as well. So 2 and 3 locked in battle together. Both of them trading mistakes. And now Samantha is going to be in 2. Peter in 3. Gap still about half a second. Sorry. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to decide who's moving on to the B main. Samantha looking pretty good here as she works her way up and down that wall ride. Oh, and making
1
a
minute
mistake
left.
getting up to the square. It's going to move Peter Nielsen now up to the 2. Peter taking his turn to make a mistake. Samantha making a mistake as well. Separation still going to be about 1.5. So common mistake that I'm seeing is drivers over jumping that center double. And when you drive or when you over jump that center double, you don't get a chance to land on the actual downside. So the downside actually extends, does not extend nearly as far as the carpet does because there is a runoff. So if you guys here in the C main looking for a way to improve your laps, improve your times, that's going to be a huge one. Same thing goes with the hip. You should be landing at the white stripe on the downside or further up than that. That will significantly improve your times. Time
Samantha
has
saw your
expired. Race them to the line. Looks like it's going to be John Dunn and Peter Nielsen working
John
up
Dunn done.
to that B main.
Rider dodge done. Peter
That
Nielsen
is a
done.
race all stop, all
drivers
done.
are finished. The race
John
is
Dunn,
completed.
Peter Nielsen moving up to race number 6. Go get your cars charged. I need a lot of volunteers to help me here. I need 5 volunteer marshals. Make it 6. 6 volunteer marshals, please.
Up next, race number 2. 17.52 WD Buggy by Pufferfish Racing. C main.
The good news is we only have a couple of heats that are short. A couple of C mains, just the way that it worked out.
Mark Rodriguez. 1 minute to the start of the race.
Yes, sir.
Jason Inbaum. James Brown.
I
45 seconds
mean, we
to the
can
start
if
of the
you
race.
want to.
Scott
You
Grout.
sure? Oh, you had success. You had success. Ride or dodge. Where are you at? Ride or dodge. Go charge your battery. You're going to go slide on up into the race
30
number
seconds
6.
to the start of the race.
So Peter Nielsen, thank you very much. Not going to stick around for the later mains. He's going to go ahead and slide ride or dodge up into the next one. Let's go ahead and get a marshal out to 5. Dad going to take care of that for you? Awesome. Thank you.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Drivers, track is hot. Track is yours.
Less than 5.
And shut down that straightaway driver. Shut him down. Shut him down. Mark Rodriguez is going to start off in the number 1 position. Scott Grout is going to roll from 2. Car number 3 is going to be James Brown with Jason Ingbaum in the number 4. Drivers ready, marshals ready. We are racing on the sound of the tone in less than 5. Settle down, Jason. Keep it single file over the wall ride. Decent start here from your top 3. Leader going to make a mistake. Scott Grout going to move on up into 1. Move James Brown to 2. Mark Rodriguez down to 3. You're 1, 2, and 3 still together. Working down the back straight away. Scott Grout leading this group around. James Brown with an inside look as they work their way around the wall ride. And Marshall's just a little bit of a heads up when you put a car down. Make sure they're facing the right direction. Leader
4 minutes left.
is Scott Grout. 2 car is James Brown. Oh no, Mark Rodriguez going upside down. Yeah, Scott, the cone is really in a weird spot, but we got to be watching the base of that too. That's my fault, not you. James Brown and Scott Grout trying to bump their way into that B main. 1:30 into this one. One and two just
3
have to
minutes
keep
left.
their nose clean, keep it on the rubber side, working their way across the line. You're 1 and 2, sitting with about a 5.5 second gap over Jason in 3. It's not over for Jason though. That's only a 1 mistake gap. So 5 seconds is the separation from 2 to 3 here. Scott coming across the line. We'll check the gap here. Scott coming across at 15.8. He's 1 second back from James Brown. Jason making a mistake here. Going to come across a little bit further behind. Going to be 7 seconds now. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. The first of our B mains is coming up next. Novice B main is up next. That'll be race number 3. You're 1 and 2 together down the straightaway. And Jason Ingbaum is catching these two.
2 minutes left.
Jason's problem is the same problem as I have, where it's you throw in a couple of really good laps, then you make a really dumb decision, and then you do a couple more really good laps. Looking good here right now, though. 1:45 left in this one. Gap is only 5 seconds now to the bump. Scott Grout biding his time, sitting there in the 2 spot right behind James Brown. 1:20 left to go as your leaders come across the line. Jason crossing here. Gap is 5.2. Still holding steady about that 5 second mark. Again, that's only 1 mistake, maybe a little bit more than that, but not much. 4 down and 1 to go, drivers. 4 down and 1 to go. So Jason Ingbaum with the hot lap on track, a 14 flat. The car definitely has it there. Just got to be able to do it consistently. And that's what we're growing to do. That's what we're trying to develop the skills for. James Brown, Scott Grout, though, 14.7, 14.9, those two, both their personal best. 20 seconds left in this one. And Scott Grout making a mistake that last lap. Goes long red here. Oh, Jason making a mistake as well. Going to give that time back to Scott, less than 10. And this will be their final lap. James Brown going to get by for one more. But Scott Grout going to get caught here. That is time. Race him to the line.
Scott Grout done. Mark Rodriguez done. Jason Inbaum done. James Brown done.
That is
All
a race.
drivers
I'll
are
stop all
finished.
done. James Brown,
race is
Scott
completed.
Grout. Moving to race number 7. Go get your cars together. I need a bunch of volunteer marshals for this one as well. 7 to
Up
be
next,
precise.
Race number 3. Novice by Team Associated. B Main.
Yeah, Novice B Main coming up now. Novice B Main.
One minute to the start of the race.
And the marshal situation looking pretty darn good. Go ahead and get
45
them
seconds to the
warmed
start
up
of the
if you
race.
could, please. Get you guys
Lila
a
Odom.
lap.
Daniel Norris. Riker Weems. Devin Slaney. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Raylan Inbaum. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Brielle alone. Less than 5.
All right, Michael, Jake, Jackson, Devin, Lila, Briella, Riker, Angelo, Raylan, Hugo, and Daniel. You guys are on the track, so I don't have checks for Michael or Jackson.
Jackson Kinsella.
There he is. How about Michael? You
Michael
up there?
McLaurin.
There you are. And is Angelo and Hugo up there, or are they packing up? I think they're gone. Yeah. Okay. All right. You guys, have you warmed up yet? Okay, let's grid you up. Let's go, Michael, all the way up to the front on the straightaway. There's black tape, so go to the black tape on the straightaway and line up. So, Michael, head to the black tape. So you guys see the black tape over there on the pipe? I don't think there's 10 spots, but you can start with that. There you go. And in the 2 is Jackson Kinsella. All others, move them up one spot. There you go. And then Devin. Devin, come on up. And Lila. Once he places, you guys try not to move too much, okay? And then Briella. Riker. So Riker's the truck, that's right. And then Raylan. And Daniel. That's full grid of B main drivers for novice. 2 of you guys are going to be moving on to the A. However, you're not going to I don't want you to try to win this in the first corner. You're going to stay single file into the wall ride. After you get through the wall ride, we go racing, okay? So let's not go crazy on that first corner. Briella's the truck. So it goes Lila, then Briella. Are we right? Yeah, we are. Okay. Briella's trucking today. Got it. All right. Let me check my marshals. Good job, A-Mainers. I think we're all good. All right. So, Scott, make sure you don't turn your back to that, okay? No, to come around, you're worried about this front roller coaster. So just don't have your back turned to where a car could get you, okay? All right, corners ready? Good luck, drivers. We're going to go racing. Sound of the tone. Lesson 5. We're going to go a restart, reline up there. Drivers, reline up. Let's work on a little better start. Put yourselves right back where you were. Right back where you were. We'll give you another swing at it. Now you're messing with Wes. It's Jackson. Us old people only have so many bendovers, so. 4 is Lila. Wiggle your wheels, Lila. That's you, yep. Briella is the truck behind Lila. And then Riker Weems goes behind Briella. Wiggle away, Riker. That's you. And then we go Daniel. That'll work. All right. Take 2. Go ahead and sit on that bucket so you're not blocking their start. Yep, Weems. Yep. All right. Here we go. Racing. Sound of the tone. Clean it up now. Clean it up. I don't know that that's much better where we're going racing. Wait for your marshal. Wait. Hey, Jackson, Kinsella, stop it. Okay. That wasn't Jax? That was Devin. You're right. There, see, there is a difference in paint jobs for sure. Jax got blue. All right, settle down out there. Settle down. You guys are working these marshals pretty hard. It's warm.
Four minutes left.
All right, early in. Michael's out on top still here with Lila in the 2, Jackson in the 3. So your 2 and 3 battle is pretty tight. We'll find Kinsella here. He's sitting outside looking in for the bump. Right here goes, that's Devin. There's Kinsella now. So Lila going by. Kinsella going by. 3.7 now is your separation for your bump spot. So Lila going by now. That's your 2. Jackson going by 3.5 off of Lila. Down the straightaway goes Kinsella. Oh, no, your second place is hung up. Get in there, John. You guys will get more help from corner marshals if you stop jacking on the throttle while they're trying to get to you. So let off the throttle. They'll work with you better. So now Lila going by. Oh, no, Kinsella is getting caught. Well, Kinsella, you got to wait for your marshal. Kinsella going by 8.8, so Lila's now got a pretty sizable lead in that bump spot. She's upside down. Needing help. That's actually Raylan, so let me get the buggies right. Raylan needed help. Raylan's got a pretty sweet paint job. She put the stickers on herself, she told me. Michael, Lila, Jackson, Briella, Daniel, Riker, Raylan, Devin. That's your order with 2 minutes to go. So Jackson going by with 9 seconds off of back of Lila. So Jackson needing to make up some time to get this one into the A main, to get his car into the A main. Lila going by now. 2.5 off of Michael. So Lila doing a great job. She's starting to catch the leader. So Lila now onto the square. Oh, upside down she goes. A little bit. Maybe I shouldn't say your name on the microphone. 1:30 to go. Michael, upside down. No, that was Daniel. Daniel in a loner. Little look for Michael's car as he crosses. That's a green car, yellow wheels. That's Michael right there onto the wall ride. He is your leader. Michael getting pretty good car control down here. He hasn't been on the turf much.
1 minute left.
Oval's got his attention right now. So Michael still leading this one by 9.5. That is Lila needing bulk up attention. Uh-oh. Okay. The tie rod's gone. We need to find it. Is it right there? Michael now still leading this one with Jackson in the 2. Briella now in the 3. Daniel Norris in the 4. Lost the whole tie rod. Such a
Michael
bummer.
McCoy
Lila
done.
was having such a good run. Race him to the line. Race him to the line.
Riker Weems done. Lila Odom done. Daniel Norris done.
Must be.
Briella alone done.
So it looks like
Jackson Kinsella
Michael
done.
and Jackson, you guys are going to be making your way into that A main. Followed by Briella in the 3. Daniel, Lila, Riker waiting for Raylin and Devin to finish. Devin looks like he's out early, actually.
The race is
Broke.
completed.
That's a race, so I'll let you know what race you're in. It's going to be 9, race number 9 for you two. Get your cars on the chargers.
Up next, race number 4. 21.52 WD Buggy by Brenda Wilson at Health Markets.
All right, we'll take you
Amen.
guys that have some experience marshaling and put you on a bucket.
Polly. One minute to the start of the race.
Whoever fixed my DieHard banner, I appreciate you. I kept forgetting to get over there.
Mark Rodriguez. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, marshals, let's go.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Henry Locke.
Indeed. Here.
Less than 5.
Yeah. Well, we restarted it enough times
Samantha
that it's
Sawyer.
just continuing, so. All right, let's go ahead and get some marshals out here. I got a couple missing.
Maya Dunn. Brendan Bullock. Dalen Brown.
And I need a marshal over here to help out with Raylan over here at 8 as well.
Scott Grout.
Still looking for a marshal over here to help out with Raylan over here by the wall ride. Do I have a marshal in front of the driver's stand? Copy that. I need a marshal over here in front of the RD booth. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, there we go. All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours. $21.5 two-wheel drive buggy B main presented by Brenda Wilson at Health Markets hitting the track here. And straightaway close, no new laps. So Mark Rodriguez will line up on that number 1 position. He will be your BQ. In position number 2, that bright orange car of Brendan Bullock. Car 3 will be Scott Grout, Samantha Sawyer 4, Henry Locke 5, followed by Dalen Brown, Maya Dunn, and Polly Fitchett. Wait, why is Polly Fitchett in here? He should not be in here. I don't know how that happened. Polly, don't panic. I don't know how that happened. There we go. All right, drivers ready. Grid looking good. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. We're on the tone in less than 5. Seven drivers starting this one, trying to take 2 of them to the A. Work together in the middle, guys. Work together. Mark Rodriguez up the wall ride in 1. Brendan Bullock up the wall ride in 2. Got a little bit of a gap. It's going to be about 4 seconds back to Henry, leading the group of Maya, Scott, Samantha, and Dalen. Caution in the hip jump. Caution in the hip jump. Clear.
Four minutes left.
Nice, nice moves. Way to not die. Minute 20 into this one. Battle is for the bump. Brendan Bullock has it. Henry Locke wants it. It's 3 seconds. Make it less now as Brendan goes upside down. Coming up to 2 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. Henry now in that number 2 spot with a very red lap here. Going to go 18.6. Brendan goes 15.3. Gap is 1.7 for the bump. Samantha not far off there in the 4. So battle 2 and 3 and 4. Samantha, you're fine. That's not you. So Samantha up to 3. Henry Locke is in that number 2 spot, working the square. We're working into the roller coaster now. It's the green and blue team associated ride. Samantha. Oh, Samantha going down in the hip jump in the roller coaster. So Mark is out front by a mile. It's going to be Henry Locke in that number 2 spot. He's got 6 seconds up on Brendan Bullock. It's going to be Brendan, Scott, Samantha, Dalen, and Maya rounding out your field. 2 minutes left to go, drivers.
Two minutes left.
Caution hip jump, caution hip jump. Way to get in there. Good job. Caution hip jump. Minute 25 left in this one. Mark and Henry now sitting 5.8 up on Brendan Bullock. So Brendan with a little bit of work to do. A minute 15 to go. It's not insurmountable, but it will probably need a little bit of help. So Henry Locke got to keep it clean. Oh, and he gets pinned up in the hip jump. Looking for Brendan. Where's Brendan Bullock at? Brendan making a mistake. No, that's Mark making a mistake.
1 minute left.
So Brendan Bullock going to get around, gets that number 2 position. Henry Locke a couple seconds back in 3 now, followed by Scott, Samantha, Dalen, and Maya. Mark Rodriguez and Brendan Bullock looking to put their cars into that A main. With 30 seconds remaining, the gap is 2.9. So Brendan through the roller coaster into Henry Locke. Through the roller coaster as well. Coming across the line, 5 seconds left to go. Oh, and Henry going down from the number 3 position was in hot pursuit. Drivers at his time race him to the line. Your bumps are going to be Mark Rodriguez and Brendan Bullock.
Henry Locke done. Dalen Brown done. Mark Rodriguez done. Samantha Sawyer done. Scott Grout done. Brendan Bullock done. All drivers are finished.
That is
The
a
race is
race. All
completed.
stop, all done. All stop, all done. You guys are moving up. Mark Rodriguez, Brendan Bullock. You're moving up to race 10. You got plenty of time. I need every last one of you drivers back out here to Marshall. Race number 5 coming at you next. Masters 2-wheel drive buggy presented by Toyota Lift Northwest. Your B main.
Up next, race number 5. Masters 2WD Open Buggy by Toyota Lift NWB Main. One minute to the start of the race. Sam Olmsted, BJ Fossey, Scott Davis, Polly. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Sean O'Reilly, Dan Cuglietta.
I am looking for a metric butt ton of Marshalls out here.
30 seconds
I
to
had
the start of
7
the
cars.
race.
I have 7 Marshall positions. That sounds like I should have 6 Marshalls out there because I don't want Samantha out there. Yeah,
seconds
give me
to
a
the start
Marshall
of the
to
race.
2 in the middle, please. Marshall to 2, and we can get going. Gavin, can you jump out there to 2, please? I know. I'm asking you to
Less
jump to
than
2
5.
so we can get them checked in. All right, driver's track is hot track is
Kyle
yours. I
Johnson.
need a Marshall to 8 now.
Rob Dodge,
Thank you, sir. And we've got checks on all drivers. Straightaway is closed. Rob Dodge is going to be your BQ. Car number 2 will be Kyle Johnson. Leave 3 open. Car 4 will be Sean O'Reilly, BJ Fauzi in the number 5 spot. Sam Olmsted 6. Car 7 is going to be Dan Cuglietta. Scott Davis 8. Paulie Fitchett 9. Drivers ready, marshals ready. We're going to be going on the tone in less than 5. Keep it easy, easy. We are racing, guys. Nice work. I mean, up until the you know, that. So race number 5 getting off and underway here. 17 mains this afternoon. Should be on pace to get done right about 6:30. Caution at the square, caution at the square, caution at the square. Oh, goodness. Nice job, Gavin. Work around 1 minute into this one, 4 minutes to go.
4 minutes left.
Rob Dodge, Sean O'Reilly, your 1-2. BJ in 3, followed by Paulie, Sam, Scott, Kyle, Dan. Rob Dodge opening up an 8.6 second advantage over Sean. Sean, BJ, Paulie is your battle. That's 2, 3, and 4. So Paulie chasing down Sean and BJ right now as they work their way through the center section of the track over the square. Working with Kyle Johnson right there.
Three minutes left.
Getting close to halfway. Battle is 2 and 3. Sean O'Reilly down the straightaway in 2. BJ crossing in 3 with Paulie in tow. So BJ and Paulie chasing down Sean O'Reilly. They've got about a 3.5 second gap to overcome. Oh, and Sean making a mistake right here. It's gonna bring all 3 of them together. BJ Fauzi coming out on top. So BJ with the orange, white, and blue. Orange wheels working his way now through the rhythm section, in through the roller coaster, into that front skip, down and across the line. In that number 2 position, 15 seconds back from Rob. So Rob on his own lap, he's gone. The battle is still going to be for 3, 4, and 5. That's Sean, Paulie, and
2 minutes
Sam.
left.
Those drivers 2.5 back from the bump, currently being held by BJ. And we got a broken car over here in the front. One minute and 30 seconds remain. 2.8 seconds is the battle for the bump. BJ has it. Sean wants it. Sean coming to the line here. Gap was 2.8, now going to be 3.3. So BJ Fauzi opening up just a small gap over Sean. Still less than 1 mistake. So Sean working the square right now. He's right behind Scott. Thank you, sir. Again, that's your third place car. 1 minute to go. Battle right now is 3 and 4 as Sam
1 minute
Olmsted
left.
has worked his way up into the number 4 position from the 6. Not a bad run. Sam doing a great job of picking his way through traffic there. 35 seconds remain. Rob Dodge, BJ Fauzi trying to punch their ticket into the A main. There's 20 seconds remaining on the master clock. BJ crosses with 13 to go. This should be his final lap. 1 and 2. That's Rob and BJ. And that is
Dan
time.
Gabriella done.
Race him to the
Scott
line.
Davis done. BJ Fossey done. Sean O'Reilly done. Sam Olmsted done. Kyle Johnson done.
And your winner
Rob Dodge
is
done.
going to be Rob
drivers
Dodge.
are
Rob
finished.
Dodge, BJ Fauzi
race
taking
is
those
completed.
bumps into the A main. Everybody is done. All stop, all done, all stop, all done. Rob Dodge, BJ Fauzi moving to race 11. You got plenty of time. Let's go ahead and get my marshals back out here, please. Race number 6 coming up next. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy B main.
Up next, race number 6. 4WD 13.5 buggy by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. B main. One minute to the start of the race. Dan Bell. "45 seconds to the start of the race. John Dunn.
All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours. Looking for a marshal
Eli McCartney.
on 4 and
Chris
3.
Painter.
I had
30
enough
seconds to the
drivers. I
start
need
of the
everybody
race.
back out to
Jay
marshal.
Riggs. Scott Dyke.
Only one driver is back to back.
Rob Dodge.
I need marshals to 3 and 4. 3 and 4.
Edio. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
Marshals to 3 and 4, please. I should have everybody else there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Less than 5.
Scott Davis, do I have anybody in front of me? Yes or no? No. Okay, I had 7 drivers that should be coming back out. I should have 6 out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have anybody at the front corner? Yes. Yes? Copy that. I still need somebody to 4. Shut them down. Straightaway closed. Last call, Scott Grout. Need a marshal on 4. Need a marshal on 6. I had enough drivers to make this work. Where are my marshals?
Scott Grout.
Rob Dodge is up here. I see BJ. I see Sean. Sam Olmstead. Are you out here? Copy that. Kyle Johnson's out there. Coog, are you out here? Yes, no? Dan Cuglietta? Dan Cuglietta to marshal, please. Do I have my marshal on 6 yet? Copy that. We'll set the grid. Dan Cuglietta to bucket 6. Eli McCartney to the 1. Dan Bell to the 2. Thank you. Rob Dodge to the 3. Jay Riggs to the 4. Car 5, Eddie Goodridge. 6 is Chris Painter. Scott Dyke, 7. Dan Bell, 2. Rob Dodge, 3. Jay Riggs, 4. Eddie Goodridge, 5. Chris Painter, Scott Dyke. Then Scott Grout, John Dunn. I didn't realize that you were like marshal race. I wasn't trying to call you out like a jerk. So, yeah, Paulie, if you've got that spot, we got somebody that volunteered for 6. So, Dan, go ahead and get ready for the next one. All right, drivers ready. Marshals ready. Top 2 moving up into the A. We're going on the tone in less than 5. Good sportsmanship there by Dan Bell. Nobody wants to run anybody over, but when you do, it's always nice to give that spot back. 30 seconds into this one, 4:30 to go.
4 minutes left.
Yeah. 1 minute into this one, 4 minutes to go. Eli, Eddie, Dan, your top three. Jay Riggs, Scott Dyke having a great battle, 4-5. So Eli changing it up with the new car. Got a little bit of a light blue, a robin's egg blue. We got a mess. Our top four getting a little bit bungled up there. That's going to give a chance for Jay Riggs, Scott Dyke to catch up to the back of that lead group. Eddie Goodrich taking over your top spot here. Eddie, Eli, and Dan, and then you got a 2-second gap, and it's Jay Riggs leading that second group around.
3 minutes left.
Eddie, Dan, Eli now 3, Scott Dyke in 4. All of those drivers still together. Coming up to halfway, 2 minutes 30 down, 2 minutes and 30 seconds remain. Dan, Eddie, Eli now your top three. So your top three changing positions just a little bit, and then one of them makes a mistake and it changes a little bit again. Right now, Dan Bell over the wall ride, Eddie Goodrich over the wall ride in 2, Eli McCartney to the wall ride now in 3. Jay, Rob, Scott, John, Chris, rounding out your field here. Everybody's still competitive
2 minutes
in
left.
this one. Your top 7 anyhow, all separated by less than 3 seconds apiece. Good, clean racing here in this one this afternoon. One minute and 30 seconds to go. Dan Bell, Eddie Goodrich opening up about a 4.5 second advantage for the bump. Jay Riggs, Rob Dodge running 3-4. Scott Dyke hanging out in the number 5 spot. He's only a couple seconds off the back of Rob Dodge with John Dunn, Chris Painter rounding out your field. Eli, unfortunately, out early.
1 minute left.
So Eli's body deciding to separate from the vehicle. .45 seconds remaining. So Scott Dyke, John Dunn having a good battle. Jay Riggs, Rob Dodge having a good battle. They're sitting there 2.8 back from Eddie Goodrich now. So 30 seconds to go. Eddie Goodrich still in 2. Jay Riggs, Rob Dodge with an opportunity. Caution sweeper, clear.
Dan Bell done. Chris Painter done. John Dunn done.
Caution hip jump.
Eddie O done. Eli McCartney done. Rob Dodge
So
done.
Dan Bell and Eddie
Dyke
Goodrich going to take those bumps.
drivers are
Rob
finished.
Dodge in
The
the
race is
3, followed by
completed.
John, Scott, Jay, Chris, and Eli. That is a race. All stop, all done, all stop, all done. Dan Bell, Eddie Goodrich, race 14. You got plenty of time. Race 7,
Up next,
17.5,
race number 7.
two-wheel drive buggy.
17.52 WD buggy by Pufferfish Racing. B main.
Hey, Dan. It worked. Nice job. Just changed cars? Oh, backup car. Is that your Tacoma car? Yeah.
1 minute to the start of the race. Mike Hood. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Doug Martin. Eli McCartney. Dan Cuglietta. Scott Jackson. 30 seconds to the start of the race. James Brown.
Where are my marshals?
Chris Painter. "15 seconds to the
I
start of
see
the
a
race.
whole lot of people coming back from the pits. That's not acceptable. You guys know better. Womp womp.
Less than 5.
3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6 still need to be filled. Again, I am looking for my marshals, my drivers from that last race. There should be Jackson Dunn out there for, yep, thank you. I need 3, 5, 3 and 5, 3 and 5. Who do I have that's back to back? Eli is back to back. Let me get somebody out there for Eli. Chris Painter is back to back. Let me get somebody out there for Chris. Let's see. Rob Dodge is back to back. Let me get somebody out there for Rob Dodge. Ryder, come marshal for your dad.
Levi Lalone.
And I still need another marshal. Still need a marshal to 4 before we can get going. Thank you, Zach. Driver's track is hot, track is yours. We got to do better about this marshal situation, guys. If you are back to back, it is not my responsibility to find a marshal for you. It is your responsibility to make sure that spot gets filled. If you got other drivers in your pit area, those are your perfect people to ask. You guys can trade marshals, you know, marshal for them. So that nobody's doing any extra, just making sure that everyone's got their stuff covered. And shut down that straightaway. Straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Doug Martin to the point. Doug Martin on that number 1. Rob Dodge to the 2. Car 3 will be Dan Cuglietta. Your 4 car will be Scott Jackson. Car number 5 is Mike Hood, followed by Eli McCartney and Chris Painter. Your number 8 car will be Levi Lalone. Followed by your bumps from the C main, James Brown and Scott Grout. Drivers ready, marshals ready. This is our 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy B main, top 2 bumping up into the A. We are going on the tone in less than 5. Caution at the hip jump, caution at the hip jump, clear. Race number 7 is on track right now. This is 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy B main. Up next will be our final B main of the afternoon, two-wheel drive modified B main, presented by Wildy Events. So Brett mentioned it earlier, but it was certainly nice to get a break last weekend, having Justin come over, run his series. Pretty hands-off experience. Justin, a great race director. 45 seconds into this one. Doug Martin out front. Dan Cuglietta, Rob Dodge, James Brown, your battle for the bump as they work their way into the roller coaster. Dan and Rob, James Brown getting it a little bit wrong. Jumps back in line, going to lose 2. Oh, that's not it. Nice job backing out of that one, Rob. So Dan and Rob up the wall, working their way now into the center double, over to the square, caution hip jump. So don't count anybody out yet. It's still plenty early, but it's Rob Dodge, Scott Jackson, Dan Cuglietta, James Brown, Mike Hood, Chris Painter. That's all your battle for the bump. As we work our way to 2 minutes in with 3 minutes to go, it is now Scott Jackson to the
3
point,
minutes
or
left.
to the bump. Doug Martin is gone. That's 9 seconds up on the field right now. Doug working to the line. Scott Jackson now just getting into the roller coaster. Halfway home drivers, Chris Painter, Rob Dodge, your best battle on track. That's for 3 and 4. They're sitting 2 seconds back from Scott Jackson. Oh, leader going upside down. Scott Jackson into working to the line right now. Looking for Chris Painter and Rob Dodge. That's your battle for 3 and 4. Rob comes across 3, Chris 4, Dan Cuglietta 5, followed by James, Mike, Levi, Eli, and Scott Grout.
2 minutes left.
Battle still is for that 4 and 5. So Rob Dodge is 3.7 back from Scott Jackson. Everybody pretty well spaced out at this point. All less than 1 mistake away. But right now, Doug Martin has tried to give it away a couple of times. Gap back to Scott now is just 3.9. Looking for blue and green. Blue and green coming into the roller coaster section right here. That is Scott Jackson working now to the line. Scott coming across a 20 and a 5 flat right now. It's a 5.06 for Rob Dodge. He's 3.7 back from Scott. That's your battle for the bump. But the battle for the lead is heating up. So Doug Martin sliding back a little bit, making mistakes here and there. Not necessarily a full-on error, but just ever so slight mistakes.
1 minute left.
2.1 seconds back from the lead is Scott Jackson. So that battle is tightening up. 45 seconds now to go. Levi Lalone, that's second place. Thank you, sir. And now your battle for 1 and 2 is on. Scott Jackson all over the back of Doug. Working their way to the line here. 33 seconds to go. New leader, Scott Jackson. Jackson to the point. Martin to 2. Rob Dodge, a very red lap here in 3. So Doug Martin getting some breathing room. 5 seconds to go. Looking for Doug. Doug coming across the line here with 12 seconds to go. Going to get by. That's going to be his final lap right here. Looking for Rob Dodge. Rob Dodge gets by, so got to keep it clean for Doug Martin. Doug up and over the square, working his way into the roller coaster section, up and over that hip jump. That yellow,
Scott Grout
pink,
done.
blue, coming across the
Doug
line,
Martin done.
finishing up in that number
James
2 spot.
Brown
Doug
done.
Martin taking that
Dan
second
Cuglietta
bump.
done. Levi Lalone
Rob
done.
Dodge going to finish up in
Rob
3.
Dodge done.
Drivers, when you finish,
Chris
when you
Painter
cross the
done.
line, you will be done. Chris
Eli
Painter is
McCartney
done
done.
in 4, followed by
Scott
James,
Jackson
Dan,
done.
Levi, Eli,
All
and
drivers
Scott.
have finished.
Scott
The race
Jackson,
is completed.
Doug Martin. You guys are moving up to race number 16. You have plenty of time. I expect every last one of you back out here to Marshall. Race number 8 getting ready to hit the track. Two-wheel drive modified buggy B main presented by Wildy Events.
Up next, race number 8. 2WD modified buggy by Wild Events. B main. One minute to the start of the race.
I see a whole lot of people with cars heading to the pits. I know some of you have hired marshals,
Holly.
but a lot of you don't. Please find your way back to the track as soon as possible.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Check, check. All right, Scott Davis has a few minutes right now, so if you've got an open tab over there at Extreme
30 seconds
RC
to the start
Northwest,
of the race.
go see Scott Davis and get that settled. Marshals to the middle, please. I got 5, 4, and 2 that still need to be filled. Thank you, Chris. Thank you there, Doug. Hey, congratulations. Nice
15
job.
seconds to the start of the race.
Unglue? Yeah, the J Concepts tire?
Less than 5.
I'm just glad that I'm not the only one that can't glue a J Concepts tire. They're great tires if somebody else can glue them for me. I still need a Marshall to 2. I had 10 cars in that one. I need a Marshall to 2. I have 0 back-to-back drivers. That's a lie. I have 1. All right, drivers, track is hot. Track is yours. Two-wheel drive
Joe
modified
Kinsella,
buggy B main
Gavin Dyke,
coming at you.
Kyle Johnson, Magic Man, Levi Lalone.
So again, drivers, two-wheel drive modified. We are all amateurs here. Let's not jump the gun on the start. Single file up and down that wall ride. That means give plenty of space and probably work only the first half of that throttle. Straightaway is closed, drivers. Joe Kinsella going to lead us around. Brett Wilson will roll from the number 2 position. Kyle Johnson from the 3. Gavin Dyke 4. Levi Lalone and Paulie Fitchett will round out your field. Kyle, Gavin, Levi, Paulie. Levi? What's that? Yeah, it is what it is. It's fine. All right, drivers ready, marshals ready. Tiptoe up and down that wall ride. Single file, please. On the tone, less than 5. Nice patience on the start. Good job, drivers. One, 2, and 3 down the straightaway. Brett, Kyle, Gavin. Joe in 4. Caution at the hip jump. Deep breath, Gavin. 4 minutes, 15 seconds to go. There it is, buddy. All right, 1 minute in, 4 minutes to go. Brett Wilson showing the way. Kyle Johnson in 2. Joe Kinsella 3. Gavin's caught right back up to these guys. So Gavin, with those 11/10 reaction times, trying to figure out how to go fast but not go too fast in that number 3 spot here. Brett Wilson, Joe Kinsella now 1 and 2 up the wall ride. Gavin and Kyle battling it out for 3 and 4. Oh, Joe with a slight mistake. Gavin with a slight mistake. Tucks to the inside. Battle now going to be down that back straightaway. That is your 2, 3, and 4. So Gavin Dyke up to 2. Joe Kinsella locking horns in that number 3 spot. So Kyle in the observation seat here, the catbird seat, if you will, waiting for 2 and 3 to have an issue. Down the straightaway for your 2 and 3. Battle for the bump, working to the center, double, over the square they go.
3 minutes
Nice and
left.
easy through the roller coaster. Both drivers keeping it squeaky clean. 2 down already, 3 minutes to go. So Brett Wilson out front. He's the orange, white, and teal. The solid, the green Mountain Dew colored car. Mr. Mountain Lightning going to fall back to 3 there. Joe Kinsella in the red, yellow, and blue. Going to move up into the 2. Gavin to 3. So Gavin trying to chase back down Mr. Joe Kinsella as they work their way into the roller coaster. That square is very difficult to hit in a modified car. You hit it with your wheels ever so slightly turned with a little bit too much momentum. The back end hanging out a little bit. You're going upside down. So Joe Oh, Gavin clipping the pipe in the square. So again, marshals, please make sure the cars are pointed the right direction when you marshal them.
Two minutes left.
So 3 down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. Hot lap on track does belong to Gavin. 13-1. So Brett Wilson out front. Joe in 2. Kyle and Paulie. Gavin says that's enough. 1 minute 40 to go. So Brett Wilson holding on for the bump into two-wheel drive modified. So Brett's showing some patience and some flexibility as we both typically run together in 40 plus, and he letting me run unencumbered today, so appreciate that. You're 1 and 2. Oh no, and Brett Wilson getting it wrong over that tabletop. Gonna find himself now in 2. So Joe Kinsella moving to the point. 1:10 to go. Down the back straightaway for your top 2.
1 minute left.
Paulie pulling the car as well, says he's had enough. These two-wheel drive modified cars are very difficult to drive on a tight technical track. Joe Kinsella, Brett Wilson looking to lock the bump in. Kyle Johnson only 4 seconds back, so all 3 of these drivers are actually in contention. 1 and 2 down the back straightaway. 3 coming to the line here. Gap from the bump is 4.3. 25 seconds to go. Novice A main is coming up next. So we could get as many of you guys that are out there to stick around for a moment, please. And Joe going to make a mistake. Move Brett Wilson back to 1. 1 is going to be Brett. 2 is going to be Joe. Kyle Johnson still hanging out in 3, less than 5. And that is time. Race them to the line. All drivers still live. Brett Wilson taking that number
Magic
1
man
spot. Joe Kinsella going to finish up
Joe
in
Kinsella
2.
done.
Kyle Johnson going to come home in that number 3 position.
Kyle
All
Johnson
stop,
done.
all done, all stop, all done. That is
drivers
the
are
race.
finished.
Brett Wilson, Joe
The race is
Kinsella, your
completed.
bumps. Moving to race 17, you guys got plenty of time. Again, we've got Novice A main, race number 9. Novice A main coming up next.
Up next, race number 9.
I
Novice by Team
need
Associated.
I
A
need
main.
3 volunteers for this one, please. 3 volunteers for this one, please.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. William Trice. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, let's get our marshals in position. Somebody needs to cover a bucket for me. I got to give
Less than
Brandon a
5.
break before he melts down in here. It's a long day on a microphone, and he does a good job. Okay. All right, guys, go ahead and warm them up. Warm them up.
Landon Weems. Scott Walker. Nathan Werns. Jackson Kinsella.
Let's not break them now.
Olivia
Let's
Guerrero.
not break them in warm
Brett
ups.
McCarty. Michael McMorrin. Dougal McKenzie.
We need 1 on the sweeper on 1 over there. Cone 1 on the sweeper to the loop. Thank you, Anya.
Nathan Brockway.
All right, no more laps. No more laps. Straightaways closed. Straightaways closed. Red car snuck by. All right, let's get you guys gridded up. First of all, hands together for this novice group. They're good job getting making the A main, all of you guys and gals. All right, so we got Dougal, Speedy Dougal. Brett in the 2. Olivia 3. Nathan. William. Landon. Then Nate. Then Scott. Michael and Jackson. So I just want to say a little bit about PDX and his summer camp. Nathan went down there for a week and came here with a lot of confidence, a lot of knowledge from that. Great job to Kevin Folk for that program that he runs down there. So he does have some more summer camps available to you young drivers or any drivers that want to go down there and learn about mechanics driving. Just check it out on PDX RC Underground. Okay, so what's going on at the back of the field? Are we confused? So after 4, we have in the 5, William. William in the 5. And then Landon after William. And then Nathan, Rockaway there, or Brockway there. So Nathan in the red car is in the 7. And then Scott, Michael, and Jackson. That's your field. All right, you guys, we're going to go on the tone. You're going to go single file through the first sweeper, onto the wall ride, go racing. Okay, we're going to keep her clean. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. There we go, racing. Novice A main, sponsored by Team Associated, on the tone. Good start to this novice A main. Good start. Let's have some sportsmanship out here. If you get into somebody, I want to see you wait. Watch the square, clear. Marshals are starting to get a bit of a workout here. Lighten up on them, clean it up. It's a long race, everybody. It's a long race. So out front early, Dougal, Brett, and Olivia. That's your top 3 with just a minute in.
4 minutes left.
Brenda Wilson, we're going to go with podium for novice to get these guys done for today. No podium for novice as soon as you're ready. Dougal coming by down the straightaway. He's your blue with white wheels. White lettering on the car. That's your leader. Brett McCarty in the 2. Last time by there 1 second. This time we got a much bigger gap. There he is now on the hip. So matching cars to Brett and Dougal. Very close in color. That time by there were 3 seconds. Olivia, you're only 1.3 off the back of those leaders. You're doing fantastic. Keep up the good work. Onto the hip goes your leader. And Olivia right behind them in the 3. So down the straightaway they go. Your 2 and your 3. Drive like a girl, going strong.
3 minutes left.
Nathan in the 4. 5 is William. Now William to the 4. Nathan down to the 5. Oh, upside down goes Olivia. Nice corner marshal, Zach. I think Kyle just likes to watch you work. You're doing a great job out there. 2:37. It's Brett. It's Dougal. It's Olivia still in the 3. William in the 4. 5 for Nathan. 6 for Nate. And 7 for Michael. Now Landon to the 7. 8 for Michael. 9 for Scott. 4.5. Dougal to Brett. Brett taking the lead now. Brett in the other blue white car. Olivia still holding strong in that 3, losing a
2
little
minutes
bit of
left.
time to your 1 and your 2, but doing a great job with William now. William making a run to the podium spot here. Watch it on the front stretch. She needs to get cornered. Just flip her around there. Yep. 145, McCarty, McKenzie, Guerrero, Trice, Worms, and Brockway. That is your top 6 right now. 1:30 to go. So Olivia and William in a battle. William being the gray car. So Brett going by, your leader. Blue car down the straightaway, onto the wall ride. Olivia now looking to get lapped by Dougal. So Olivia
1
and
minute
William
left.
in a battle right here. William down the straightaway in your gray car. Nope, that wasn't William. We'll find him. On to the hip now, down across the line goes your number 4. So Olivia now 6 seconds out in front of William. Olivia looking good in the 3. 30 seconds to go on the clock. Oh, William, that's your 4, upside down, trying to get there. Hey, work it out, people. Johnson's trying to help you. You're flopping around like dead fish. You ain't going to out-corner Zach Lalone. No. He going to win every time. I know. I know. 4 seconds. Race him to the line. Race him to the line. Olivia going by, taking a podium spot at DieHard RC. Your novice
Michael
by
McLaurin
Team
done.
Associated in
Dougal
the
McKenzie
3.
done.
Dougal
Nathan
in the
Brockway
2. Brett
Brett
McCarty
McCarty
in
done.
the top spot.
Nathan Werns
Congratulations, drivers.
Scott Walker done.
William came home in a 4. Nate
William
in
Trice
a
done.
5.
Landon Weems done.
Nathan 6, Landon
Jackson
7,
Kinsella
8
done.
for Michael,
All
9
drivers are
for
finished.
Scott, and Jackson
race is
Kinsella.
completed.
Great job out there, drivers. It got a little rough. We'll work on the track presence as we teach you some more stuff out there, but you're doing a great job. Brenda Wilson for podium for novice. Brenda Wilson for podium for novice.
All right, and drivers
Up
hold
next,
cars while we
race
get
number
our
10.
novice podium picture right quick.
21.52
Again,
WD buggy by
drivers
Brenda
hold
Wilson at Health Markets.
position.
A main.
No cars on the track. Drivers hold position. Hold position.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds
And when
to
the
the start
novice
of the
podium
race.
picture is taken care of, please let me know so we can get these guys turned loose. Let's go ahead and get some experienced volunteer marshals here. 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy A main. Again, I don't want any young kids
30
out
seconds
here.
to the start of the race.
But if you're 12 years or older, feel free to come out here and marshal, please. Let's go ahead and put my most experienced marshals towards the middle. Again, 12 years or older, if you were in that race, please come out here and marshal the perimeter, and we'll get our marshals,
15 seconds to the start of the
experienced
race.
marshals, to the center, please. Again, 2, 4, and 5. I want experienced marshals 2, 4, 5, and
Less
8.
than 5.
The rest of the perimeter can be filled by ages 12 and older. Thank you, BJ. Again, 2 and 4 need to be filled by experienced marshals. Again, 2, please. 2 and 4 need to be filled by experienced marshals. Thank you, Brett. Do I have somebody in front of the driver's stand on 6? All right, getting our last couple of spots filled here. Thank you very much. Need 4, and then we can get going. Thank you, Brett. Drivers, track is hot. Track is
Chris
yours.
Rio
21.5 two-wheel drive
Anya
buggy
Dyke,
A main
Mark
coming at you
Rodriguez,
here in just a
Andrew
moment.
Chong, Stephen Day, Edio, Brendan Bullock, Gavin O'Reilly, Ryder Dodge.
Go ahead and shut down that straightaway. We'll get everybody lined up. Rio Mulver on that number 1 spot. Chris Painter to the 2. Car number 3, Eddie Goodridge. Ryder Dodge 4. Andrew Chong 5. Gavin O'Reilly 6. Anya 7. Stephen Day 8. Mark Rodriguez 9. And Brendan Bullock 10. All right, giving our drivers a little bit of a pep talk here. Race number 10, 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy A main, presented by Brenda Wilson at Health Markets. Drivers ready, marshals ready. 5 minutes to decide it. We're going on the tone in less than 5. Again, single file up that wall ride or close enough. Yeah, Anya's out of tires as well. So, Anya, your car's going to be a little slippery. You're out of tires, too. Oh, there's new tires in the trailers. They just need to be glued up. So, Rio Mulver, Chris Painter, Eddie Goodridge, your top 3. Rio Chris, Addy up the hip jump. Ryder Dodge having a good start in that number 4 spot.
4
Andrew
minutes
Chong,
left.
the last of those lead cars in 5. Then you have Gavin, Steven, Brendan, Anya, and Mark. Caution in the roller coaster. Clear. Lead car is the red and black of Rio Mulver. Chris Painter in the orange and white with the yellow wheels. Oh, and 3 and 4 getting wadded up together. That's Eddie and Ryder. Caution in the roller coaster. Caution in the roller coaster. Caution in the roller coaster. Caution after the hip jump and clear.
3 minutes left.
Battle right now is 3 and 4. Well, was 3 and 4. Ryder Dodge, a rough lap. Gavin O'Reilly going to move up into that number 4 spot. Stephen Day getting by as well. Gavin, Stephen, and Ryder is your battle. That is 4, 5, and 6. Anya rolling 7, followed by Mark, Brendan, and Andrew. Oh, and Gavin stuck at the hip jump. So finding our leader, Rio Mulver. Battle now going to be for 2 and 3. Chris Painter over the hip jump. Eddie over the hip jump. Mark and Anya doing battle for 7 and 8 down the straightaway. So right now battle is 2 and 3. Chris Painter over the hip jump one more time. Nice clean drop off
2
into
minutes
the
left.
skip jump down the straightaway for our number 2 car. Eddie's now 2.5 back there in the number 3 spot. Ryder Dodge running 4. Gavin O'Reilly rounding out your top 5. 1 minute 45 remaining. Masters two-wheel drive A main is coming up next. So Rio out front by 7.5. Chris in 2. Eddie Goodrich 2.1 back from Chris. Ryder Dodge 6 seconds back. So battle really is 2 and 3. Chris Painter and Eddie Goodrich. So Chris is clean right now. He's working over the square. Again, Brendan, that is leader right there directly in front of you. And Gavin O'Reilly, that's leader directly behind you. So it's Rio, Chris, Eddie, your top 3. Ryder, Gavin, Mark, Anya, your second group. Stephen Day and Brendan Bullock rounding out your field. 1 minute
minute left.
remaining. So Stephen Day, you're directly in front of your second place car. So when he gets there, please give. Oh no, that's exactly what I wanted to not happen. Obviously not on purpose. So Eddie gonna move up into that number 2 spot. Chris gonna hold on in that number 3. 25 seconds to go. Rio working up the wall ride. Actually catching up to the back of your second and third place car. So Chris and Eddie doing battle. They're going to take it to the line here and going to get one more lap. So 2 and 3 on their final lap. Rio getting by for the extra lap. So 2 and 3 is Eddie and Chris through the center section they go. Up and over the square, both drivers clean. In through the roller coaster, both drivers clean over the hip jump. Over the skip they go, coming around to the line. Going to be a strong finish to the day. A podium finish there for Chris Painter in 3. Eddie Goodrich coming home with that number 2 spot. Rio Mulver going to take home the win. Ryder Dodge comes home 4. Gavin 5. Anya 6. Mark, Stephen, Brendan, Andrew. Their final running order. That is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Brett, if you want to charge it here, it's here.
The race is completed.
Oh, no. Did this car even get charged? Are you sure?
Up next, race number 11. Masters 2WD Open Buggy by Toyota Lift NW. A main.
My car.
4 gay scales.
All right, find your way to your marshal spots. Find your way to your
Dan
marshal
Bell.
spots. I'm going to
BJ
open up the
Fossey.
track here.
1
Find those
minute to the
marshal
start of the
spots there,
race.
please.
Derek Farmer.
Right here on the straightaway, I think we're covered.
Sean Mabel.
Wall ride, Chris.
Joe Kinsella.
Wall ride.
Joseph
Is there
Hudson.
nobody here?
45 seconds to the start
Anya's
of the
going to be
race.
busy here. Go ahead and grab the wall right there. Yep. We'll take 2 of you there. All right, guys, go ahead and warm them up. Warm them up.
Rob Dodge. Brad Borneal. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Brandon Dyke. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, no more new laps, no more new laps.
Less than 5.
Brad Burnell, head on up the top spot there. It's your A-Main Masters two-wheel drive open buggy, sponsored by Toyota Lift Northwest. Derek Farmer in the 2. 3 for Corgi. Brandon 4. Dan Maybell, Mr. Squirt Gun. Joe Kinsella. Joseph. Rob. And BJ. There's your grid. All right, I don't need to tell you guys, you've done this before. We're going to just go racing and have fun. So, corners ready. Drivers ready. It's on the tone. Less than 5. Up next, seniors, make your way. Start making your way. Hey, upside down. Marshall, get there. Somebody help O'Reilly out over there in that corner, please. Nice clean start here. Brad and Derek battling right here, coming on to the hip jump. Across the line they go. You're 1 and 2 down the straightaway onto the wall ride. Burnell showing great speed in this new X-Ray ride with his Proline tires.
4 minutes
Derek
left.
Farmer sitting with that B7 on his J-Cons here, looking strong. It's going to be a battle to the tone. Brad, Derek, Brandon, Joe, Corgi, top 5 with 1:15 into this one. Your leaders, Derek looking for a way around, but the door was slammed by Burnell. Onto the first double. They're going to be coming into traffic here pretty quick. Onto the roller coaster. You're 1 and you're 2. Derek getting that section a lot cleaner than Brad, but Brad's keeping the door closed. So Dan doing a good job staying out in front of the leaders, but they will be coming. Keep your eye open for leaders. Brad Burnell now coming onto the roller coaster, coming into a lot of traffic. These are your 1 and your 2. Derek Farmer keeping him right in his sights,
3
waiting
minutes
for
left.
a small bobble out of Burnell. Burnell makes a mistake, but Farmer's not there to capitalize. Onto the square they go through the roller coaster. Joe in the 3. Joe Kinsella up to the 3. Brandon Dyke to the 4. Maybell 5. Corgi 6. Rob 7. BJ 8. Hudson. Then Dan. Brad and Derek still battling nose to tail here onto the rhythm section. Coming up on Fossey now. Looks like Derek's having a little hard time getting through the sweeper at the end of the straight, keeping it tight to the pipe. Losing some speed through that sweeper. Burnell gaining him on him through to the wall ride. There's a nice line by Farmer. Misses the turn onto the front double, though. Gets it squared away. Still has Brad Burnell in his sights. With Joe Kinsella, Brandon Dyke, they are battling also for your 3, your final spot on the podium. So we'll find them. But your battle still remains up front right here.
2 minutes left.
So here's your battle right here for 3. Onto the double. To the square they go. Right now, Joe owning that spot, owning the last spot on the podium. Your gap right now is 7/100ths of a second between Joe and Brandon. 1.2 between Brad and Farmer. Brad upside down. Farmer getting by. So your lead has been swapped to Farmer now. AE leading this one with a set of J-Cons. 1:30 to go. Farmer, Burnell, Kinsella, Dyke, Maybell, Dodge, Scales, Bell, Fossey, Hudson. That's your order. Lots of racing left in this one, though. So now Farmer stretching it out. Coming up on the back of some traffic here. That's Maybell, Dodge, and Scales. Leader coming, be ready for him. So your order now, Joe still sitting in the 3. Brandon, he's now 2.1 off the back of Joe. Your 5 is Sean Maybell, Rob Dodge, and Corgi, all locked into a battle for your 5, 6, and 7 with a minute to go. Battles throughout the field in this one. Farmer coming up on the back of some traffic. Thank you. Way to work with your leaders here. And here comes Brad Burnell. He's making a run to Farmer. Down the straightaway he goes. Oh, he gets through those 2 crashed cars. That's heads-up driving by Burnell. Onto the square. And Farmer, he needs to run like he's scared because Burnell is chasing him down with 1.6. Joe Kinsella in the 3. Brandon Dyke in the 4. Maybell in the 5 with 20 seconds to go. It's still 1.6 to the lead for Burnell, 2.8 to the 3 for Joe and Brandon. Oh no, mistake on the square, watch the square. You guys got to wait for marshals if you need help. Watch it, that goes on the other side. Quick, get there. So that is going to affect, that was a long marshal there. Race him to the line, Derek Farmer was, oh no, watch the sweeper. Car broke. Done. Can you move it, Brandon? Left?
BJ
it's
Fossey
not Brandon.
Done. Rob Dodge done. Joe Kinsella done. Derek
Farmer here wins it. Farmer wins it. Brad Burnell 1/100th of a second off the back of Burnell for the win. Good. Congratulations. What a battle, 1 and 2. Joe Kinsella holding on to the 3. Sean Maybell in the 4 for 5 for Brandon Dyke. Corgi in the 6, 7 for Bell, 8 BJ. 9 for Rob, and 10 for Joseph.
The race is completed. Up next, race number 12. Senior Buggy 55 Plus. A Main. Scott Dyke. John Dunn. Scott Davis. Doug Martin. One minute to the start of the race. Nathan Brockway.
All right, let's get everybody going over here.
To the start of the race.
So those of you guys in that back corner by 7, steering, Dan, keep your eye out for one of the pivot balls and steering bushing in that vicinity.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Don't kiss the inside of the pipe. The car will just rocket out to the outside. All right, where are we at here? Got everybody here. Senior Buggy 55 Plus A Main. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
Less than 5. Mike Hood.
All right, shut them down. Straightaway is closed. I'm going to save you from yourselves. Thank you. All right, Doug Martin on that one, number 1 spot. Scott Davis 2. Leave the 3 open. Mike Hood 4. Scott Dyke 5. Nathan Brockway 6. John Dunn 7. Can we get that order fixed? Put the red car in line with the rest of them, please.
Hudson, make your way back to the pit. Go find Grandpa. Hudson, where are you?
All right, drivers ready, marshals ready. We are going on the tone in less than 5. Oh no, top 2 drivers making mistakes here. Oh, Doug's car not working. Oh. Our TQ's car deciding to shut off randomly. It seems to be working again now. The damage may be done. So Scott Dyke going to take his turn at the lead here, working down the hip jump over to the start-finish line. Scott Dyke, Mike Hood, John Dunn, your battle 1, 2, and 3. John going to take a turn and making a mistake. So Mike Hood in the top spot here, a little over a minute into this one. Scott Dyke and Scott Davis doing battle. Oh no, Scott Davis going upside down, getting to the hip jump.
Three minutes left.
2 down and 3 to go, drivers. Finding our way to the front is now Mike Hood out front by 8.5. Scott Dyke in the number 2 spot. 3 seconds back is going to be Scott Davis, followed by Nathan Brockway, John Dunn, and Doug Martin. Working our way to halfway. Again, bright yellow is your leader. Working into the roller coaster section here. Caution in the rhythm section. Clear. Three down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go, drivers.
2 minutes left.
Mike Hood out front. Scott Dyke in that number 2 spot. John Dunn now in the 3. Scott Davis, Doug Martin, Nathan Brockway is your running order. Battle right now is 4 and 5. Scott Davis, Doug Martin separated by 7/10 of a second. Oh, and Scott tapping out. Mike Hood tapping out, going through the rhythm section. So Mike had an 11.8 second gap over Scott Dyke in that number 2 spot. A minute 30 left to go. So Scott coming over the hip jump now. He's got John Dunn to contend with. Coming across the line here, it's 8.9 seconds the gap. 1.5 back to John Dunn. John Dunn to Doug Martin, another 1.6. And the battle for 1 and 2 is heating up. 1, 2, and 3 all going to be running together. Did not see what happened to John Dunn. But that car is showing very, very red and not on track.
1 minute left.
And Doug Martin going to get back around to the 2 here after his car shut off early. So Doug Martin back up to 2. Mike Hood still in the number 1. Those 2 drivers separated by 3 seconds. Scott Dyke in the 3, 1.5 back from Doug. So Doug in the purple with the yellow and flow red working to the line. Coming down the back straightaway he goes. Scott Dyke in that number 3 spot, 2.5 back. So it's 2 seconds, 1 to 2, 2.5, 2 to 3. 30 seconds remain. Mike Hood still your leader, working his way to the line here. Showing approximately 2 laps left. Looking for, Scott getting upside down, getting stuck against the hip jump. One and 2 tangled up. Gonna get it by here. It's gonna be Doug Martin and Mike Hood. 5 seconds to go. And Scott Dyke, Scott Davis also about, Mike making a mistake here. So Doug Martin gonna go from a car that shuts off
Doug
to
Martin
possibly getting the win.
Mike Hood
And
done.
Scott Davis getting
John
around
Dunn
Scott
done.
Dyke here on the last lap.
Nathan Brockway done. Scott Davis done.
And that is a race.
Scott
Doug
Dyke
Martin,
done.
Mike Hood,
All
Scott
drivers
Davis,
are
your
finished.
podium. Scott Dyke, John
race
Dunn,
is
Nathan
completed.
Brockway, your final order. That is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done.
Up next, race number 13. 4WD Mod Buggy by Sunpedo USA. A main. Magic Man.
If you find any stray associated parts over there, they're going to be mine. I've got a pivot ball and a 3 mil hat bushing over there somewhere. Did you find something, Jay?
1 minute to the start of the race.
Anya, head over there and get my parts.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
A blue hat bushing and then a pivot ball. We'll look for the rest of it later. We got half of it?
30 seconds to the start of
No.
the race.
What is it? Just a piece
Bradley
of
Sproul.
a ball stud spacer? Oh, that's probably mine too, because I broke a ball stud off too. Yeah, I have some. I'm just trying not to use them if I don't have to. All right, let's put everybody
15
back.
seconds
Oh,
to the
that's
start
not
of the
mine.
race.
No. It's a Tamiya blue spacer. All right, let's get my marshals back out there. Get me a couple volunteers,
Less
please.
than 5.
Oh, yeah, that's mine. No, maybe not.
Kyle Johnson.
All right, a couple volunteers out there. Anya, you out there for Grandpa? Or you out
Sean
there for
O'Reilly.
Mike? Copy that. And Marshall to 4, Marshall to
Brooks.
3. This really is unfair, putting the elderly marshals out there for the fastest cars on the track. Yeah, fair. All right, driver's track is hot, track is yours. I can't hear you, Anya. All right, shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. No new laps. I can't hear you, Anya. That's one Marshall spot. Yeah. All right, Aaron Brooks, your TQ. Bradley Sproulin, 2. Brett Wilson, 3. Kyle Johnson, 4. Sean O'Reilly, 5. All right, drivers ready? Marshall's ready on the tone in less than 5. Oh, and Bradley tapping out early, going to fall to 5. He's got some work to do, but if you're going to make a mistake, lap 1 is the time. Aaron Brooks making a mistake as well. We're going to have a new leader. It's going to be Mr. Brett Wilson. You know, everyone knows he's got so much time to just turn laps constantly. You know, there's no other work that goes on out here, just turning laps. So he should be winning. So that's sarcasm in case you didn't catch it. So Brett Wilson out front, Aaron Brooks in that number 2 spot.
Four minutes left.
Caution at the front skip jump. So battle is 1 and 2, Brett Wilson and Aaron Brooks. Big power down the straightaway. Brett Wilson's car a little unruly at the exit of the wall ride, allowing Aaron to slide by. Two minutes down and 3 minutes to go. Aaron Brooks, Brett Wilson, the best battle we got
3
going.
minutes
That's 2
left.
seconds right now. Bradley back up to the number 3. Kyle and Sean rounding out your field. Oh no, upside down on the straightaway is your number 2 car, Bradley Sproul, going to get on by. Battle now going to be 2 and 3. Brett Wilson playing catch. Oh, great run through the square.
Two minutes left.
Oh, caution after the hip jump. So good, clean run for the most part. Just a couple of mistakes out of just about everybody. 3:15 into this one. Aaron, Bradley, Brett, Kyle, Sean, your running order. Battle is 3 and 4 now. Brett Wilson and Kyle Johnson. One minute and 10 seconds left to go. Everyone finding their own little pace here. Gaps 5 seconds or greater all the way down at 1 minute.
1 minute left.
Aaron Brooks, Bradley Sproul, your 1-2. Brett Wilson, Kyle Johnson, Sean O'Reilly is your battle, or excuse me, is your running order. Hot lap on track is a 12.521 out of Bradley Sproul, a 5.52 out of Aaron. Thirty seconds to go. Less than 5 drivers.
Magic Man done.
Race
Bradley
them
Sproul
to the
done.
line, drivers. Race them to the line. Gonna need a couple of volunteers
Kyle
to help me
Johnson
out with
done.
this next one.
Aaron Brooks
Race
done.
14 coming up next. It's 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy A main presented by
All
Linwood
drivers
Auto
are
and Truck
finished.
Service.
The race is
That is
completed.
a race. All stop, all done. Aaron, Bradley, Brett, your podium, followed by Kyle, Sean, Raymond.
Up next, race number 14. 4WD 13.5 buggy by Linwood Auto and Truck Service. A main. One minute to the start of the race. Peter Robinson. Corey McCartney.
All right.
Garrett Riegel. Tyler Jones. Dan Bell. Scott Jackson. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Joseph Hudson.
The car has the attention to detail because the drivers don't. Is that what you're saying? Oh, man. Shots
30
fired.
seconds to the start of the race.
All right. Let's go ahead and get a couple of volunteers to help me out with this one.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Anthony
Driver's
Sawyer.
track is hot. Track is yours. Thank you guys for the volunteer
Eddie-o.
marshal help.
Less than 5.
$13.5 four-wheel drive A main coming up here in just a moment. We've got checks on all drivers. Straightaway is closed. No new laps. Peter Robinson, your top qualifier this evening here in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Garrett Rectal will start from the number 2. Corey McCartney 3. Tyler Jones 4. Leave 5 open. Scott Jackson 6. Peter Garrett, Corey Tyler. Open. Scott Jackson. Anthony Sawyer. Joseph Hudson. Dan Bell. Anthony, go 1 back. Joe Hudson, 1 back. Dan Bell, Eddie Goodrich. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. What are we doing? On the tone. Less than 5. Nice job getting through the wall ride single file. Got ourselves a little bit of a freight train, 2 through 4. The rest of the field not far behind, but right now Peter Robinson starting to gap everybody, 1.2 seconds after just 2 laps.
Four minutes left.
One minute quickly into this one. Peter and Garrett now is your battle. 2 seconds. And Tyler all by himself, 3 seconds back, 3 seconds ahead. Scott Jackson, Corey McCartney, Dan Bell, Joseph Hudson, all in contention for that number 4 spot. Corey with an inside look on Scott. Not going to happen that time by. Working up and down that wall ride. That is your battle for 4 and 5. Scott going to tap out here. Looks like we got a new battle for 2 and 3. Garrett Reckdahl. Oh, Tyler Jones tapping out now. So he's going to was 1.2. Now going to be 3.4 seconds of separation. Peter out front by 4. Garrett in that number 2 spot. He's 3.4 up on Tyler. Tyler another 4 seconds up on Dan. Dan, Joseph, Corey, and Scott is your battle.
3 minutes
Oh,
left.
Garrett Reckdahl making a mistake. Battle now going to be for 2 and 3. Down that back straightaway going to be your 2 and 3. Garrett Reckdahl. Tyler Jones. Tyler running a different car. He's running a borrowed car there from Jason Ingbaum. Up and over that center section they go in through the roller coaster. Working their way out in the front. Skip jump. 2:45 left in this one. Oh, Tyler, a great run up that wall ride through the S-curve, working his way now into the box. Up and over the hip jump they go, working through the front skip jump. Garrett Reckdahl in the 2, holding steady, 13.5, a 13.3 out of Jones. Gap is 4/10. Tyler clipping the back of the pipe just a little bit, working now over into the front, into the rhythm section they go. Oh, no, third place getting wiped. Working now down the straightaway. Garrett Reckdahl gets a chance to breathe for a second, but Tyler Jones is coming. Corey McCartney, Dan Bell, Joseph Hudson. That's your battle for 3, 4, and 5. But right now it's Peter Robinson out front by 10.
2 minutes left.
Peter all by himself. Garrett and Tyler now separated by just 1.5. Garrett to the line. Tyler to the line on the straightaway at the same time. Through the S's up the hill. Going to be Garrett Reckdahl into 13.088. Fast lap out of Tyler Jones. His personal fast lap anyhow. Gap is 1.7, a minute 35 to go. Corey McCartney's 4.5 back from Jones in the number 4 spot. Dan Bell 2.5 back in 5, followed by Anthony, Joseph, and Scott. Garrett and Tyler, the best battle on track, working through the roller coaster into the hip jump together. Oh, nice in-air turn, landing square by Jones. Down that back straightaway they go, up the hill together. Jones working that center, double chasing down the Losi car of Garrett Reckdahl.
1 minute left.
It is X-ray. Losi associated. Peter getting around Tyler there for a lap. So Peter has lapped all the way up to 2, working his way now over, trying to catch up to Garrett Reckdahl. Garrett working his way, 45 seconds to go as he comes across the line. Tyler Jones in that number 3 spot still. Gap is 2.1. Peter Robinson working up the hill, down the hill in 1. Working over to the square he goes. Garrett Reckdahl over the hip, jump into Peter Robinson directly behind him. Again, that's 1 and 2, running 2 and 1 on the track. It's 2-1-3 as they run on the track. Tyler with a nice slide up the wall ride. Maybe running a little bit out of rear tire, working their way through traffic. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. 5 seconds left to go. Peter Robinson by 12 seconds. Looking to put a hurting on this field. Looking to go 1 lap up on everybody. Less than 10. Coming up will be their final lap. Coming across the line, Garrett Reckdahl showing 2. Peter Robinson showing 1. Trying to get it as they go up and down the wall ride. Peter Robinson, mission accomplished, new achievement unlocked. Lap the entire field.
Corey
Up and through
McCartney
the
done.
roller coaster. Around the hip jump they go.
Scott
Working his way
Jackson
across
done.
the line. Your winner,
Peter
Peter
Robinson
Robinson.
Garrett
Drivers
Reckdahl
racing
done.
to the line. You will be finished
Anthony
when you
Sawyer
cross
done.
the line.
Tyler Jones done.
That is a
Dan
race
Bell
all
done.
stop all done. Peter
Joseph
Robinson,
Hudson
Garrett
done.
Reckdahl, Tyler Jones,
All
your
drivers are
podium.
finished.
Corey McCartney running
The race
4,
is
followed by
completed.
Dan Bell, Scott Jackson, Anthony Sawyer, and Joseph Hudson. That is a race all stop all done. All stop all done. Stadium truck, you guys are up.
Up next, race number 15. 2WD 13.5 stadium truck by the Deitch family. A main. One minute to the start of the race. Scott Jackson, BJ Fossey, Jason Inbaum, Jay Riggs, Pablo Guerrero. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Levi Lalone, Andrew Chong, Samantha Sawyer, Jackson Dunn.
All right. Do I have a marshal on 8 and a marshal on 6? Copy. Not
Zach
8.
Lalone.
I need a marshal on 2. I have plenty of drivers. Marshal on 2. Although I do have a couple of back-to-back. I've got Jason back-to-back. Scott Jackson is back. That still leaves me 8.
1 minute to the start of
yeah,
the race.
thank you. Hi, Rhett. You're not even racing today, are you? Oh, well, thank you for volunteering. Driver's track is hot. Track is yours.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. Jackson Dunn, Andrew Chong, Scott Jackson, Jason Inbaum, Jay Riggs, Samantha Sawyer, Levi Lalone. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Pablo Guerrero, BJ Fossey.
All right, we got checks on everybody. Straightaway is closed.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Scott Jackson, your top qualifier here in Stadium Truck. Jackson
than
Dunn
5.
will start in the number 2 position. Levi Lalone will roll from the 3. Car number 4 will be Jay Riggs. BJ in the 5. Car 6 is open. Actually, everybody slide up 1 after that. So Zach Lalone slide to 6. Jason Ingbaum 7. Andrew 8. Pablo 9. Samantha 10. Andrew, you're too far up. You need to go behind. Let's see. It should be Jason, then Andrew. Jason, slide up 1. Then Andrew, Pablo, Samantha. We're good. Drivers ready? Marshals ready? On the tone, less than 5. Patience, 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 patience. That sorted itself out. We are racing. Hip jump. Caution hip jump. Clear. Jackson Dunn going down from 2. Going to fall all the way back to that number 7 position. Going to keep his head in the game, though. Not let it dig in too hard. Back up to 5. So Scott Jackson out front by 5.5. Andrew Chong up to the number 2 spot. So Andrew struggled mightily in qualifying.
4 minutes left.
Doing a much better job here in the main. So Jackson Dunn slides all the way up to the number 3 spot now. He's only 2.3 back from Levi. Scott Jackson still in the number 1 spot. So the pink and yellow is your number 2 car. The red, white, blue right behind it is 3. Oh, and both of them have an off track. So Levi in 2, Jackson in 3, trying to hold for a podium here. Minute 45 into this one. Jackson back up to 2. So Scott Jackson, your TQ, running in the first position. He's 7.5 up on the field. Levi and Jackson, the battle, it's 0.2 of a second. Oh, and Jackson getting it wrong.
3 minutes left.
Puts himself up onto the pipe. Going to lose another position or 2 here. And Andrew Chong is capitalizing. So it's Andrew, Levi, and Zach Lalone working through that center double. Zach changing wheels. Making it a little easier to see, I think, for those old eyes. It's a good grouping in the middle of this field here. So 2, 3, 4, 5, all still together on track, but right behind them is first place. So Scott Jackson passes the 4th place car. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Levi Lalone is leading that group of Andrew and Jackson. 2, 3, and 4 together.
2 minutes left.
So Levi in the pink and yellow working to the front. Over the skip jump he goes, working across the line. Levi crosses a 14.6, a 14.6 out of Andrew as well. Hot lap on track belongs to Scott Jackson, a 14.2. So Jackson Dunn has found himself back up to the 2 spot. Andrew Chong to the 3, all the way from 9 today. Four down, 1 to go. Your final
minute
minute
left.
here in Stadium Truck. With 45 seconds left to go, it's Scott Jackson, Jackson Dunn, Levi Lalone, Andrew Chong, BJ Fauzi. Now your battle 3, 4, 5. Jay, Zach, Jason, Pablo, Samantha, rounding out your field. 30 seconds remaining. So Scott Jackson trying to achieve the same goal that Peter accomplished in 13.5 Wheeler, trying to make his way around the field. We'll call that achievement around the world. Scott Jackson working the back of Jackson Dunn for a lap over the hip jump. They're going to get by for one more. And there it is, achievement unlocked around the
Andrew
world.
Chong
Scott
done.
Jackson
BJ
working
Fossey
over that
done.
center double
Jason Inbound
over the square he
Lalone
goes
done.
in through the roller coaster,
Pablo
up and
Guerrero
over
done.
the hip jump.
Jay
Nice
Riggs
job
done.
with the stop.
Zach Lalone done.
Coming across the line in that
Scott
number
Jackson
1
done.
position. A lap on the
Jackson
field.
done.
Scott Jackson, your
Samantha
winner.
Sawyer
Jackson
done.
done in 2.
All
Andrew
drivers are
Chong rounding
finished.
out your podium.
The race is
Followed by
completed.
BJ, Levi, Jay, Zach, Jason, Pablo, and Samantha. That is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. Drivers from that race, park your cars. Get right back out here to Marshall. We're looking for race number 16, 17.5, two-wheel drive buggy presented by Puffer Fish Racing.
Up next, race number 16. 17.52 WD Buggy by Puffer Fish Racing. A main.
Brett Wilson, if you want your car, it is charged and ready to rock and roll in here.
One minute to the start of the race. Dan Bell. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Peter Robinson. Scott
Is this one of
Jackson.
you?
Sam Olmsted. Corey McCartney. Doug Martin. Garrett Riechel. Edio. 30 seconds to the start of the race.
Where did Brett's radio go?
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Jackson done. Less than 5.
All right, we have some marshals missing, and I don't know why. Marshal to 5. I had 10 vehicles in the last one. I have 1, 2. 2 out of the 10 are back-to-back, so I have no excuses for not having everybody here. Driver's track is hot, track is yours. Thank you, Dan. Again, drivers, it is your response. Oh, you know what? That's 100% my bad. I'm not even going to rant at you guys. Samantha has a pass. She's got the no Marshall pass for the next year, I think. And shut down that straightaway. Peter Robinson, your top qualifier tonight here in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Garrett Reckdahl into Corey McCartney 3. Car 4 is Dan Bell, and we'll have everybody slide 1. So Jackson Dunn will line up behind Dan. Eddie Goodridge, Sam Olmstead, Scott Jackson, Doug Martin. Drivers ready. Marshals ready. We are going on the tone in less than 5. There's your radio. Car is ready to go. Good luck. Have fun. So Peter Robinson putting a hurt on everybody there in 13.5, trying to do it again here in 17.5. Working over the square. That X-Ray XB 224 working out of the front straight away over to the line. 13.1 that time by. Hot lap of a 13 flat. Earlier today, Peter made me reset the breakout time in both
4 minutes
classes.
left.
Definitely a statement to those chassis, a statement to those Orca power plants he's got in there as well. So Garrett Reckdahl in that number 2 spot. Corey McCartney in the X-Ray in 3. Dan Bell in Associated Car in that number 4 position. So it's X-Ray. It is Losi, X-Ray, Associated, your top 4. Doug, Eddie, Sam, Jackson, and Scott rounding out your field. Good battle from Sam on back in that section, working their way down the straightaway now. Eddie, Sam, Jackson, Scott, Doug, all running nose to tail. So leaders are trying to pick their way through that traffic. Corey McCartney is white with pink. Garrett Reckdahl, white, pink, and blue. You see those guys working through there. And then the yellow and blue of Dan Bell, also a lead car through there. They are a lap up on the
3
group.
3 minutes left.
2 down and 3 to go, drivers. Two and a half down. We are halfway. 2, 3, 4 is your battle. 1.6 seconds. The gap 1 to 2. 1.9 from 2 to 3. That's Garrett, Corey, and Dan. Eddie and Scott battling 5 and 6. Sam and Doug battling 7, 8. Jackson Dunn in that number 9 spot. So Corey going off course through the sweeper. So where's Dan Bell at? Dan Bell gonna take, oh, and Dan making a mistake over the
2
hip.
minutes left.
Corey gonna get back. Oh, and Corey clips Dan. So it's gonna be Dan up to 3, Corey to 4. Just under 2 minutes to go. So Dan with some pressure behind, but looking at the parity up at the top of this field. 3 different manufacturers, 1, 2, and 3. Eddie Goodridge, Scott Jackson, Sam Olmstead, Doug Martin. You guys are all battling together from 5 on back. So Garrett coming by in 2. Dan Bell, Corey McCartney, your battle half a second or less. Corey with a little bit more high-speed cornering. And Peter Robinson right there attempting to pass for a lap right there. That is the battle for 3 or
1
2
minute
and
left.
3. Make it 3 and 4. So again, Peter biding his time right there. He's got no pressure from behind. He's 8.5 seconds up on the field. Battle for 3 and 4. The final spot on the podium working itself out. Down the back straightaway they go. 45 seconds remain. So the battle for 3 and 4 is coming down the straightaway. It's now going to be a battle for 2, 3, and 4. So 2, 3, and 4 all together. Garrett making a mistake that last lap. Had a 17.8 second lap. Working now through the roller coaster. You're 2, 3, and 4. Anybody's got a chance. Everybody's got a chance. 5 seconds. They're going to get one more after this. Oh, and they get wadded up, all of them together. And Peter Robinson checking that box again around the world, lapping the field here in 17.5. Car number 2 is going to be Garrett Reckdahl again. Dan Bell up to 3. Corey making a mistake on the hip jump, falls to 4. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. You guys are all still live. So, oh, and Corey making
Scott
a mistake.
Jackson done. Jackson
That car
done.
is live. That car
Sam
is
Olmsted
live.
done. Eddie O done.
So Dan
Doug
Bell
Martin
going to
done.
sneak in a podium
Peter
here.
Robinson
Corey
done.
McCartney going to finish up
Garrett
in 4,
Reed done.
followed by Scott,
Dan Bell
Doug,
done.
Jackson, Sam,
Corey
and
McCartney
Eddie.
done.
But your winner
All
with the
drivers are
second
finished.
around the world
The race is
achievement of the
completed.
day, Peter Robinson.
Up next, race number 17. 2WD modified buggy by Wild Events. A main.
What a battle there, 2, 3, and 4 at the end there for a 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. All right, now the final race of the evening, two-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Wildy Events.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Corgay Scales. Sean Mabel. Wes Briscoe. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Joe Kinsella. Aaron Brooks. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, I'm looking for a couple more marshals out here. Marshal spot 2 is wide open. It shouldn't be. Marshal 2, Marshal 6 are open, and they should not
Magic
be.
Man.
Again, Marshal 2, Marshal 6.
Tyler Jones.
I have 0 drivers back to back.
Bradley
I had
Sproul.
10 cars in that one. That math says I should have 1 or 2 extra drivers here. All right, driver's track is hot. Track is yours. Sorry about that.
Derek Farmer. Brad Borneal.
And shut them down, no new laps. Aaron Brooks, your top qualifier tonight. Derek Farmer in 2, Brad Borneal 3, Bradley Sproul 4. Sean Maybell in 5, Tyler Jones 6, Wes Briscoe 7, Corgi, Brett, and Joe. Drivers ready. Marshall's ready. Two-wheel drive modified. Final race of the evening on the tone in less than 5. Just a second. Okay, there we go. Drivers ready. Marshall's ready on the tone less than 5. Good patience, drivers. We are racing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all locked in a battle here. Down the straightaway they go, led by Derek Farmer. Tyler Jones, the tail of that field. Derek Farmer with the early hot lap of a 13-1. Aaron Brooks, though, out front.
Four minutes left.
Oh, no. And Sean Maybell with an idler gear. So a minute 15 into this one, 3:45 left to go. Aaron, Brad, Bradley, your top three. Corgi and Wes rounding out your lead group, followed by Joe and Tyler with Brett in that number 9 spot. Brad in 2. Bradley, Derek, Corgi, Wes, that whole lead group's still in it. They're 3 seconds back from Aaron, but less than 1.5 apart from each other. Associated X-ray, Associated X-ray. If you're going fast, you're going to be driving an Associated or X-ray, it seems, as they're down the back straightaway. Bradley going to get around Brad right there. That's not at all confusing. Sproul versus Borneal coming across the line. 0.2 of a second that time by, and Farmer just in that number 4 position, third car in that second group. Oh, and Bradley Sproul going to make a mistake and a fall to 5, maybe 6. Does not take much to cycle out of that group and to the rear. Just over halfway, drivers. Yeah, corner at the end of the straightaway. See some cars when you push. You can push too hard and go right into the pipe. It might break some stuff. Ask me how I know. Coming up to 3 minutes down. 2 minutes left in this one. Aaron Brooks by 4.5. Brad, Derek, Corgi rounding out your lead group. Wes and Bradley doing battle there for 5-6. Brad and Derek is the best battle on the track right now as they work to the hip jump. Those two drivers separated by 0.7. Down the back straightaway, that yellow and pink splatter paint, yellow wheels, longtime Yokomo driver coming over to the Team X-Ray here recently. Brad Borneal out of the Portland area, PDX local. So Derek Farmer in 3, a minute 15 left to go. Tyler, Bradley, Joe, Brett rounding out your field. 1 minute remaining. Brad and Derek separation less than 0.8.
1 minute left.
Thank you, Joe. Derek trying to put the pressure on. Nice clean cut over the square, over the hip jump they go. Both of them landing clean over the loop for your 2 and 3. Separation is 0.3 of a second. Your 2 and 3 up the wall they go. 25 seconds now on the clock. Clean over the square, in through the roller coaster. Both of them without issue. Coming to the line, 16 to go. They're going to get this one +1. 2 and 3 to the center double. It is X-Ray and Associated. PDX versus DieHard. Oh, Derek with the smooth landing on the line. Nice job with the hesitation there, Wes. Thank you. So 2 and 3 working to the center double. Derek trying his best to get up to Brad. May not have enough, but it's going to be a battle to the line. Down to the line they go. Brad Borneal, Derek Farmer rounding out your podium. Aaron Brooks taking home the TQ and the win tonight. Corgi Scales running 4, followed by Tyler, Bradley, Wes, Joe, and Brett. That is a race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. All classes podium pictures here in front of the driver's stand in just a moment.
All right, let's get some podium pictures